Yo, what's up, everybody? Comrade Kid with the 25, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Comrade K with the 10, what's up? Appreciate you. Sitterite with the 5, what's going on? Oh boy. Welcome, cult members, to the Infrared Renaissance. If you're not on board, get the fuck out of here. If you're not 100% on board with the cult and the Infrared Renaissance, we don't claim any bitch-ass energy. We have an existential crisis at our fucking hands, and there's no fucking choice. Infrared is either going to expand or it's going to fucking die. This thing about retaining stagnation since the founding of ACP for 2 fucking years, not going to fucking happen, okay? We're putting our foot in the sand right now. Wallow with the 5, what's up? Appreciate you, man. Jensen with the 5, appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Law Schooner, thank you. Listen, my gorillas, let me tell you something. For the past 2 years, okay? For the past 2 years, you guys have been incredibly generous. You've been keeping this ship afloat. Stagnation, yes, to some extent, stagnation. You've been keeping this ship of infrared afloat. The party has grown. The party has gotten what it could, but if we don't grow infrared at this point, I don't think the party is going to be able to have the pipeline it fucking needs to grow. The core militancy of our party comes from the infrared movement. If infrared doesn't grow, we have no direct pipeline to the party. Okay? For 2 years, we have not grown infrared. I haven't even uploaded anything to the YouTube. I haven't had time. And it's not your guys' fault. You've been incredibly generous. As 300 Spartans, allowing infrared broadcast, allowing the broadcast at the very least to continue as it has been on Kick, 3 times a week? But at this point, we can't afford stagnation. We need to turbo grow infrared. We need to grow this. We need to grow this movement. 99% of people need to be socialized online before they're even going to consider doing anything in real life. Nobody's going to directly join the ACP just because they think it's doing good work, unless they're already enmeshed in some kind of activist NGO networks. The only way people join ACP is if on a discursive and ideological level, they've already been won over to it. That's how we're going to get people to join. This is the conclusion I've drawn for a very fucking long time. And in the lead up to the National Congress, I want you guys to understand. I know it's awkward. I know it's strange that I have to address the party in this format, in this medium. Don't worry. Everything's going to be addressed. In the lead up to the National Congress, I need to be full hands on deck for the party. I'm just going to tell you straight up, without mincing any fucking words. Continuity is not possible. We have to fundamentally, we need fundamental reforms. We need fundamental reforms based on the adaptations that are necessary for the fact the party's not the same one that it was July 2024. July 2024, we had nothing. We had some of the habits, some of the skeleton of the CPUSA. That itself was not a sustainable foundation to draw upon. We need to reorganize the structure of our party, not by throwing away what's worked so far, but by adapting to the experiences we've had. I need to be full hands on deck for the implementation of this strategic vision, especially now. Simultaneously, infrared needs to grow. So I'm torn between 2 obligations as one person. And the fact of the matter is, infrared needs a team. Infrared needs a team of people who are dedicated to expanding infrared, preferably ones that are in Europe or somehow not obligated by the party. But in any case, one man cannot single-handedly, like fucking Hercules, make infrared, do the necessary thing to make infrared the multimedia powerhouse that it needs to fucking be to be the pipeline to the American Communist Party. Remember, for the CPUSA 2036 initiative, the idea was always going to be, I was naive enough to think this, infrared will watch the skies, Joe Sims watches the neighborhood, right? Well, now we're at a point where I'm watching both the skies and the neighborhood, and if we're neglecting the sky, who's watching the sky for us? You guys have been incredibly generous. I worry about you sometimes, actually. If I'm going to be completely fucking honest, I even worry about you guys. The amount you guys give to me to just support this, to make this continue going, it's a lot. And I've met a lot of you in person, and I know you're not particularly wealthy. You've been incredibly generous for the past 2 years. You've been incredibly trusting in the process of we have to grow the party. I have to focus my time and attention to the American Communist Party. Strel standing with the 10, man. Thank you. Okay? So what I'm saying has nothing to do with you guys not being generous. It's actually the exact opposite. We need a larger audience. We need more people. We need more eyes. We need to reach more people. We need to reach more people through infrared, through this subculture, through this community, through this vision. Don't fucking think you can fall back on the basics of Marxism-Leninism to grow a movement discursively and online. You can't. Emila with the 10. You can't do that. If I thought you could do that, I would abandon infrared yesterday. You can't. People need an explanation for what happened in the 20th century. People need to fucking know why everything fucking went wrong. The works of Lenin, Stalin, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, it's all been there this entire fucking time. And the gatekeepers of Marxism, Leninism, and Marxism, they fumbled the fucking bag. They have fundamentally fucked up. Why? Because there's something that they're missing. They've been missing something. We can't just fall back on the past and on the basics. We have no way of understanding the writings of the Marxists in the past unless we fundamentally allow this vision to be reborn in a new age on the terms and conditions of an age that no one in the past, not Marx, not Engels, not Lenin, not Stalin, not Mao, could have ever possibly foreseen. And if we don't do that, it's existential. It's life and death. We cannot live on the basis of the inheritance of the past. Rain, what's up? Project, what's up with the 5? We can't depend on and draw from the inheritance of the past alone, because something happened in the past. The USSR is gone, and the future of Marxism and communism is directionless. Cuba is on its knees. Venezuela is gone. And the next generation of people growing up in communist states, yes, even ones like China, even Russia today, they don't have the guidance that's going to be necessary to inherit what their fathers and forefathers had built. This is an existential crisis. The infrared vision needs to be reborn. The infrared renaissance needs to fucking happen. We can't just dissolve infrared into some cookie cutter basics. No, we can't just fall back on orthodox Marxism-Leninism. That is the infrastructure that defines our party. I have said that 1,000,000 times, and it's the truth. But guys, it's not enough. It's not enough for the era that we live in. We have to go forward. Everything needs to be relitigated. We need to rediscover everything. Everything needs to be thought of and understood from scratch. And that's why infrared launched in the very beginning. That's why infrared launched in 2021. Because what we had from the past was not enough. There's no infrared. No, it's not separate functionally from the ACP. We used to emphasize that strongly in the past because any dumb fuck could fucking put an infrared globe on their profile picture and people would accuse this of being ACP. But you know what? They're fucking doing that anyway. They're doing that anyway. Infrared was integral, fundamental to making the American Communist Party. And so was Midwestern Marx, and I'll tell you why. Because without Midwestern Marx archiving and preserving what we did have from the past, this wouldn't be possible either. We couldn't launch a party just based on infrared alone. Why? Because where in infrared was anyone doing the archiving? Who was doing the preservation of the things that we had so far? We didn't have any of that organized. But you want to know who did? Midwestern Marx. You want to know who was popularizing the precedent of Marxism-Leninism in the past? Midwestern Marx was doing it. And we realized there was a separate division of labor being fulfilled between Infrared and Midwestern Marks. And so we merged together, and that was ACP. But here's the fucking problem. Since that time, Infrared has been neglected. Dare I say abandoned. Look at the fucking Infrared YouTube. Look at the last time anything has been uploaded to the main channel. You think this is because this is something I wanted to happen? You think I just was lazy and didn't have time and just decided I didn't want to fucking do this? Tell me why you think I've been streaming every day at 10 or 11 p.m. You think it's because I fucking want to? I am fucking busy. I don't have a team. Infrared is a multimedia project. You need people regularly, consistently uploading on the main channel. You need people regularly, consistently posting clips and astroturfing this shit on social media. I can't do that by myself. And I wouldn't expect people to have the free time to do that for free either, especially the people that are already working in the American Communist Party. So what's the solution to the dilemma? The only solution is that you have to hire people to do it. But alas, you guys are already doing so much to just support me, right? I have no doubt you guys have the faith and dedication to make this happen. But guess what? That's not enough. At the end of the day, to have the free time to fucking do this, to have the ability to sustain yourself doing this kind of fucking shit, you need some kind of compensation. Nothing in life is free. Even you could have all the faith in the world, nothing in life is free. So it's a dilemma. And it's a dilemma that has become especially acute to me in the lead up to the National Congress, where we are talking about comprehensive visions of the reform of our party at every level. And I am eagerly awaiting the feedback of our cadre across the ACP before I even submit the proposal, because I want to absorb all the feedback that I possibly can before any of this gets committed to a proposal we're going to circulate throughout the entire party. But I will tell you one thing. And I want this to light a fire under everyone's ass right now. Things cannot go on the way they are. Not for the ACP and not for Infrared. I will admit to you frankly, Infrared has been stagnating for 2 years. But we're going to reach a point, and maybe we already have, where the stagnation is going to turn into a fall off. And it's not fucking sustainable. Something's got to fucking give. This needs to turn into a multimedia operation. This needs to turn into something that takes over the fucking internet, at least to some extent. Because if it fucking doesn't, the only thing that I know reliably is the most reliable pipeline to what I understand as the American Communist Party, which I'm not reducing the party to my understanding, by the way, but it's all I fucking know. I know the vision for this party. I have an idea of what the way forward has to be. I know what kind of party we need to fucking be building and we need to become and we need to be. And I've had this idea of what we should be from the fucking beginning. Even before I knew I was going to be the chairman of this party. You guys are overexhausted. You guys are per capita more dedicated, more generous, and do more effort to shill and astroturf Infrared than any other community on the internet by fucking far. And it's not even fucking close. There's a reason, pound for pound, you go up against the fucking Groypers. You're talking about tens of thousands of fucking people. They don't even have the level of dedication you do at 300, okay? But guess what, guys? It's not sustainable. You are also human. It's not sustainable. We need to grow. There needs to be more of you. There needs to be more gorillas. If 300 gorillas can do this much fucking damage and this much fucking trouble, then I want you to picture and imagine in your fucking head 3,000 gorillas. Hell, even if we got to the point of 2,000 gorillas, I think the U.S. government would fucking shoot me. That's how fucking powerful this shit is. You understand? We have one option: grow or die. There's no in between. I'm at my post. I know what needs to be fucking done. We can't neglect infrared anymore. We can't neglect it. Because infrared is the vision. It's the vision. Vortex, appreciate you, brother. Thank you. If we don't have a vision that doesn't play it safe, in the ACP, I'm going to admit something frankly. And this is a self-criticism, by the way, as much as it's a criticism of the entire party. We play it safe in the ACP. We play it safe. We don't gamble. We just fall back on precedent. That's all we've been doing. Chris, what's up? And for all that playing it safe when it comes to the vision that guides this party, that we have formally and explicitly in place, where does it lead us? We still get hurled with all the accusations and slander. And everyone who joins the ACP, who only does so on the basis of looking for some fucking cookie cutter bullshit, isn't even fucking loyal to us. These are the same fucking people that turn around and fucking flip us off on a dime. Who are the loyal core of our party? Who is the core of our party that in its hour of crisis and its hour of need remain dedicated to this shit? Well, I'll tell you what. It's not the people that we fucking recruited because we decided to be fucking wholesome to them and you guys are really nice and stuff. It's like, those people are not loyal. When the going gets tough, they're going to fucking abandon us. That's just the fucking truth. I want to give you a hint about the direction that I'm thinking about for this party, okay? Birmingham with the 10, thank you. I want to give you a hint about the direction I'm thinking about. The age of Midwestern Marks, infrared, or RTSG from that matter, being completely separate from the party, it's got to have to come to an end. Not sustainable. Not logical, not rational, not sustainable. Not a rational use of resources, not a rational understanding of the relationship between these media platforms and the party, not an intentional. We have gotten to a point of maturity where we can start talking about how these things are actually going to have an explicit relationship of some kind. And that's the direction that we're on. But I have to be frank with you guys about something. And, today, I raised the issue with the CC. The current path is not sustainable for me. It's just not. I have to grow infrared. I know that I have to grow it. I know what I need to do to grow it. But the duties and obligations I have as chairman in the party make doing it single-handedly impossible. I mean, people ask about the book. To even think about a book, you need to have a platform that you're going to have an audience for the book. Now, the patience of the guerrillas of this movement has been very much tested for the past 2 years. But overall, we've had stagnation for infrared. It has nothing to do with your lack of generosity as an audience and as a community. The dilemma has to be solved in some kind of way. And so although I could delay telling you about this and talking to you about it and saying it in a pre-confined medium or something, I want to share with you my thoughts, just directly and frankly. First of all, I want to say something. I am currently, and I don't see this changing in the foreseeable future, I would say never, ever, ever, but who knows in 5 years what's going to happen. Just understand, in principle, right now I'm against it, okay? I don't ever want to levy dues in the ACP to give me a salary. I don't feel good about that. I don't want to do it. Not enough of our party resources go to the party itself at this point. And we are getting some accumulated to the center that aren't going to salaries, the 2 that we have. But I would never impose that. I'd never impose that. But I want to tell you, I just want to lay out to you one of the possible strategies to get infrared growing, okay? Right now, if you're a member of the American Communist Party, you can actually voluntarily give retainer dues. Now, if you were to do that voluntarily, just whoever has faith in this strategy and this vision, which I'm not going to make fucking binding as a condition of being a member of the party. So if you don't want to fucking do it, you don't have to do it. But if you go to the ACP website and you start and you just set up sustainer dues at whatever level you can afford, and if this is able to put me on full time, I will take the income that Infrared makes and I will hire editors who do it full time. I will build a team for Infrared. I will use everything that Infrared generates just to grow Infrared. I'll stream on YouTube only. Forget about Kick. I'll stop even looking at Kick. I'll alternate between Twitch and YouTube, and that's it. And from the YouTube streams, I'll do the exact Jackson model. I'll stream on YouTube, then I'll have people cut it up and post it on the main channel. We're talking about daily uploads, okay? On Instagram, on TikTok, there's going to be clips uploaded daily, okay? Clip farms, shilling all over social media. That's how we turbocharge and grow Infrared. But that's only something I can do if the income and revenue that I generate from Infrared is able to go toward that. And the overwhelming majority of you who support me on these live streams, I'm pretty sure do it because for the same reason. So I'm floating the idea. I'm just floating the idea to you to discuss amongst yourselves. The way forward for Infrared expansion. I would never take enforced dues that fund a salary for me. But if you believe Infrared needs to grow, then I will primarily support myself through sustainer dues, which are completely voluntary, and everything Infrared rakes in will be used as capital to grow Infrared. But otherwise, I'm just going to make it very clear to you, like abundantly clear. Current way is not sustainable. This was the best thing I could think of. This is the best idea I could come up with. And I talked with the CC about it, and I just kind of thought manically that I'm just going to directly talk to you about it. I'm not ashamed to tell you about this fact. I'm telling you the current situation isn't sustainable. And why would this be the more beneficial thing? Because 2 reasons. The top donators to the Infrared stream, let's be honest about something. A minority of people on the Infrared Kick streams are the ones supporting primarily the continued operation of the Infrared show and the stream. But maybe if there was a more even distribution, it would just be enough for me to do what I need to do full time. Commit full-time to the party in the lead up to the National Congress while simultaneously hiring people to churn out Infrared content. See, the thing that's easy for me to do is just stream on YouTube. It would be piss easy for me to stream on YouTube 3-4 times a week, and then I could even have the videos privated and then have an editor chop them up and just nonstop upload them to the Infrared main channel. Just like the Jackson model, same thing he does to grow his YouTube. Will ACP disappear otherwise? No, it won't disappear otherwise. But my ability to guide the party with the strategic vision that I have now, it will be unsustainable for me. regardless of whatever happens, I'm always going to be committed to infrared. And if my duties were alleviated, or if I somehow wasn't occupying the office that I currently am, I could do all that infrared shit full time. You know, like I could just do infrared, you know? Where just like how I did before, where I would stream, 5 times a week, or I would, have all this free time to make videos and all that other kind of stuff, chop them up and upload them, YouTube, Twitch. This is a basic mathematical dilemma, and it's not for lack of generosity on your part as a community at all. It's just a simple consequence of the fact that right now infrared has been neglected. The other showrunners are very incapacitated. The other showrunners are working. They're in education full time, and they're severe. They're just nobody's able. Grayson has been trying to help with this new video because he's doing the voiceover and he wrote the script for it. And this video is going to be dropping. I don't know when, a new infrared vision video, but that might be the thing that kickstarts the Renaissance per se, right? But yeah, there's a mathematical problem that my responsibilities are currently divided. I'm sharing with you my thoughts. That's all I'm doing. And I would not feel good about compelling dues from the party to pay me a salary. I just wouldn't. And I only want to lead you if you have faith in me anyway. It's just the truth. You guys, if you don't have faith in me, if you don't put your trust and faith in me, I don't want to be in the position that I'm in. So that's it. You guys are incredibly generous. You have done a lot to support me, but I have been letting you down by leaving you to be as lonely as you are. Shoulder to shoulder, there should be 10 more gorillas to your side to side. When you're looking over your shoulder, there should be 10 more gorillas than there currently are. I mean, what could have possibly happened that the infrared movement, something we all anticipated, would fucking explode? We've made so many different excuses in terms of censorship and other things, but this was supposed to be a decentralized, viral fucking meme that takes over the entirety of the fucking internet. And it hasn't done that. But there's a reason it hasn't done that. My responsibilities have been divided. It's the frank and simple truth I'm trying to tell you. What I do in the party is a full-time job. And I spend time doing things you guys will never hear about. One crisis after the other, dealing with it. Behind the fucking scenes, all the fucking time. You need to consider how many people, even in leadership, how many disputes there are, how many times people are crashing out, how many times some bullshit happens. Guess who solves everything? At that dimension. I'm not saying throughout the entirety of the party. And by the way, this issue is not related in any kind of way to the issue of universal dues. Like, our party doesn't have the universal dues thing, and all the arguments I made in favor of it is not even related to this issue. Do you understand? This is a completely separate thing. This is a completely separate thing, okay? So Look, guys, I'm aware of a few things, and I'm gonna just tell you about them very frankly, right? I want to have a very frank discussion with you about this. I know that before this infrared renaissance commences, we're gonna have we've already had gorillas bleed out and just fall off. We've already had gorillas just fucking quit. I've seen it, you know. We've had some gorillas just fucking, they've crashed out, they've turned into fucking whatever, they've gotten demoralized. So for those of you that remain, I'm telling you very clearly, our renaissance happens now, or this is the end of the movement. And there are those of us for whom the death of this movement is not an option. Count me one of them. Come hell or high water, I'm going to make sure that this vision is somehow communicated to the world and reaches the millions and millions of people that it has to. Our biggest fucking mistake is that for so many years we've just underestimated ourselves and our importance. Why are you fucking black-pilled? Why do you fucking look at the disgusting state of U.S. politics and the filth that infects people's fucking mind and not understand that all this time we have been the solution to all of that? This movement. This is the movement that walks the golden Stalinist path. This is the movement that keeps at bay, like the fires of hell, the right and left deviations that make people fall into extremism, into nihilism, into evil. We have walked the path. We have treaded the path. We've balanced that path, and we alone have done it. We should hold ourselves to a much more profoundly high standard than we currently are. We should hold ourselves to the standard. Not on the basis of, we shouldn't compare ourselves to PSL. We shouldn't compare ourselves to these other leftist organizations. We shouldn't do so in the name of calling ourselves more realistic. Frightful, what's up, man? We should be brutal with ourselves. We should understand there is zero fucking reason why the ACP shouldn't be at 5,000 members right now. There is zero reason the infrared movement shouldn't be a movement of tens of thousands of people. Zero reason at all. Do you guys comprehend and understand that the infrared vision doesn't confine itself simply to orthodox Marxism-Leninism? That the infrared vision believes there's something new on the horizon? That we live in an age unforeseen by anyone in the past? That the meaningfulness of history has not been completed? That in some sense those who came before us have failed? They've achieved a great deal, there's no doubt, but they have also failed. They have failed to transmit and light the spark of communism in the hearts and souls of hundreds of millions of people. And we are in the state that we are in the world for a reason. And those of you who say, oh, trust the plan, everything is going fine, it's really not. It's really not. We're living in a revolutionary age where there's a revolution in everyone's mind, in everyone's heart, but there's no word for it. There's no way to understand what it is. Nobody has clarity or guidance. And so they fall into confusion and obscurity, right and left deviations, extremism, nihilism. Weren't we supposed to be the ones that guide the masses of this age through the current revolution that's happening, regardless of who's at the fucking helm? I spent years and years extending a good faith olive branch to these fucking loser leftists, only to wake up to a world where everyone is saying slurs and talking about Zog And political correctness has died. And now I realize how much time was wasted because of a lack of confidence and faith and what we had built, what had set us apart. Yes, I wanted to sharply distinguish myself from the rightists, from the cringe, anti-woke Matt Walsh types and whatever. But at the same time, wholesomeness is also a deviation. Wholesome Chungus is also a deviation. We need to be the thing that they fear. We need to become the movement they're scared we're going to become. We need to evolve into something from the perspective of the prevailing leftists, from the perspective of the rightists, from the perspective of the conventional bourgeois consciousness. Is considered pretty fucking dangerous ideologically. Panda, what's up? We need to rise to the occasion to turn that small spark that lit the fire that turned into ACP. We need to light that spark into an explosion. We need to think about our humble beginnings and our humble roots again. I couldn't be prouder to communicate this message to the people now tuned into it right now. And when we rise and when the infrared renaissance happens, there's going to be a lot of people who come back and say, oh, I was a fan from day one. But you weren't here to listen to me deliver this speech. Now were you? And that's okay. I'm just saying I'm remembering the people who are here. I'm remembering the people that had conviction in this vision and stayed through it through thick and thin. And didn't take a black pill, didn't abandon it, didn't regress into some bullshit, didn't fucking veer off and crash out of their own fucking confusion and schizophrenia, which ultimately is rooted in what? Faithlessness. I have no problem saying that. I have no problem sounding like a fucking cult leader saying that either. Dad, what's up? Faithlessness. Faithlessness. It's the cause of all evil in the world. Just faithlessness. If you have faith in your heart, you don't have arrogance. You're not certain in things that lead you to be evil. You just have faith. Humble, what's up? Yellowstone, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I've looked side to side at the generation that I grew up with to see if somehow I'm some fucking freak that became a crazy fuck while everyone else is living normal lives. And I hate to tell you, but it's not so. It's not so. Grandma, what's up? Everyone is so fucked up in the head right now, you wouldn't even believe it. You wouldn't even believe how devoid of guidance, devoid of a basic path forward, how fucked up in the head, how fundamentally twisted and malformed the average person has become. This generation needs our guidance. Or else they're going to veer off into some fucking tragic mistake. And you can't just tell people. You can't just tell people to read a book that was written 100 years ago. You have to tell people that there's something new. And that something is here. And if I didn't have faith and confidence in that something, I would have never showed my face in public in the way that I did when this whole thing was launched. We can't rest on the inheritance of the past. We can't just say that, Dad, what's up? I mean, From what I'm hearing about Cuba's reforms, it's not going to be like Vietnam, from what I'm hearing. I'm hearing something really bad about them. Cuba, the epitome, the headquarters of the inheritance of the past. Quite literally, that's all that sustains Cuba, is the inheritance of the past. And look where that led Cuba. Can we afford to go down the path of Cuba? Can we afford to share that kind of fate? I think the faith that's necessary to compel us to go forward, I've always said it, is lighter than a feather. It has no inheritance. It's not rooted in anything that's solid. There's nothing there that you can grab onto and hold with any degree of certainty. There's nothing there that you could just point to and say, yeah, it's just good. There's nothing about it you could speculate on it. You let it open you to the future and compel you forward without any certainty or guarantee about the outcome whatsoever. Just a pure belief that whatever the outcome is, it is somehow compatible with the human input that went into it. You know, today I spent 2 hours I thought this would take 20 minutes. I spent 2 hours yelling at ChatGPT to fucking get those slides that I put on the infrared Instagram that were a summary of the thing that I wrote, to get it fucking right, because it kept fucking up over and over again. And I looked at the infrared Instagram and how I haven't posted on it in fucking 1 year. I looked at the infrared TikTok and how I haven't been able to fucking do anything with it in a year, despite that being the promise. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then on top of that, I'm dealing with all this shit in the party. And it's like, what the fuck? It's not sustaining. People wonder why my sleep schedule is so fucked up, because I end up having to stay up till 5 a.m. a lot of the time. Either because I have to do everything first and only then, and then can I stream. Or after I stream, I'm in a fucking 5-6 hour phone call about some shit that's popping off. And so it's like, you know, the division of responsibilities here is just not possible. It's just logistically, I didn't want to have this conversation with y'all. I've been doing this for 2 years, and I'm only going to talk to you about it before the National Congress. Okay, thanks. And it's because I'm trying to tell you, it can't go on the way it is. Party can't go on the way it is. Infrared can't go on the way it is. And if you have any faith in me at all, if you have any faith in this vision that you got from me somehow, then I see no other way than the way forward that I told you about. But it's voluntary. You know, there's no compulsion in faith. And I'm saying it's voluntary even with respect to your commitment to the American Communist Party. The door is always open. If you believe in an American Communist Party without this vision, you're allowed to believe in it.
Potato added 5 to the war chest. If I started giving dues at $200 a month, would that go towards your goals today, or should I wait until after the Congress?
Thank you,
ACP
Autistic
is
Potato.
all there is nothing else.
Boogaboo with the 10, appreciate you. No, you don't have to wait till the National Congress. You don't have to wait till the National Congress. Since I started Infrared, I've always aimed at an income of 5K a month. And if we could reach that voluntarily or whatever, then anything in excess of that would just accumulate in the coffers of the party, you know? But Hipsco, what's up? Appreciate the 10. And anything that's earned from infrared from that point forward would exclusively be used to grow infrared. Every dollar that goes into infrared would be spent back on infrared, including on the merch stuff. And I promised you guys merch. Well, let me tell you the frank and honest state of where the merch is at. For a week, I've woken up and I have struggled hard to make the logo for the merch, which is more time consuming than you could possibly fucking imagine. That got detracted and derailed by party stuff, of course. And I haven't even looked at the merch in like 5 days. Hipsco, what's up? Thomas, appreciate the 10, man. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Guys, like I said, it's not because you're not generous. You know,
Chungaloid added 5 to the war chest. Every day I feel more and more like a big fat chungus.
Thank you, Chungaloid. Thank you for your great words. I've been beating a lot, and I'm like, all this is just because I'm lazy, right? But then when I start to fucking think, I'm like, well, is there a single multimedia platform that is trying to do what infrared is that only one person is responsible for? Like, has that ever existed ever? Now, granted, Emirio and others in the Discord as moderators, they do a great job. So I can't just say I do it alone. Moderation, they do a great job. But like in terms of the output, and Christian, of course, who is also overwhelmed, by the way. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but the infrared website was designed by Christian. And the infrared website, the article that I wrote, Philfo, what's up? The article that I wrote a few months ago was adapted to the infrared website thanks to Christian. Also, we took Hakan's design to do it. So, of course, I'm not totally alone with infrared. I'm not saying that. But it's like, in terms of operating the thing, I look at everyone else. Everybody else they have some kind of manager. They've got people doing clips. They've got something else. And it's because they're paying for it, right? They have the money to pay for it. Usually because they have an investor or they've signed up with a talent agency or something that's investing in them. Now, I could just tell you for a fact, nobody's going to invest in infrared who's institutional. It's not going to happen. I will quit my... Grandma, please. That's exactly what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to do that. I think if collectively, if you distributed the amount of support in a more equal way, it might be viable. You know, you could just treat it as like the Haas Netflix subscription, but instead of a Netflix subscription, you're just ensuring that I can really focus on the party and also use the spare capital that I have to grow infrared. And I don't know how sustainable that would be for some of you guys, you know, but if you can, if it is something you can do, and you do believe in this vision specifically, if you do believe in the infrared pipeline to the ACP, then it's something we should do. It's something you should do, frankly. But I'm not going to compel that institutionally. I'm not going to force you to adopt that position. If you somehow think that the infrared vision isn't important for this party anymore, and you somehow, don't think I'm a good fit for where I am at the party, you have the right to have that position, by the way. I never tattooed my face on the American Communist Party, by the way. I've never done that, and I never will do that. I don't want to lead you except on the basis of you having faith in me. Nothing else. That's the only kind of relationship I want to you guys. Just based on faith, nothing else. And if I lose that and I don't earn that on your part, I won't demand it. I won't compel it. But I will always believe what I believe. That's the other thing I want you to understand. I will always believe in this vision. I will always believe in what I see. I will always fucking believe in the thing that I'm literally thinking about 24 hours a fucking day, including when I'm fucking asleep, because it's all I can fucking dream about. And if I can't fucking dream about, I'll be wide awake, like the insomniac that I am, thinking over and over about the same
Iowa
fucking
Hoja added
thing.
5 to the war chest, 1 movement.
Hoja.
1 party. 1 vision.
You know how fucking rude I am to normies in my life? What little normies I have in my life that I interact with? Do you know how many... I hate saying this, but do you want to know how many times... You want to know how many times I've had a significant other, a girlfriend, be like, Haz, come back. Where are you? Where are you? And I'm like, stop. I have to complete this fucking cycle in my head. I have to complete the word in my head. I have to complete the shape of the conviction that I have in my fucking heart. And I have to focus on it and fucking meditate. And you are clouding my space. And you're fucking like, you're not letting me focus. I have to always, the only time I can loosen up and be a normal fucking person is when I'm locked the fuck in and I'm tuned in with the vision. Whenever I'm not tuned in and tuning in with the vision, I have to wake up and fucking do that. Every fucking day. Every time a Muslim tells me, Haz, why don't you pray? Why don't you fucking pray? I do fucking pray. The focus that I dedicate to this cause, that I believe in with every fiber of my being, takes more energy and time than Islamic prayer 5 times a day would. Because it occupies, like, I can't even think properly or do anything normal until I've unlocked the vision. And, like, I don't know how to fucking explain it, but it's an intense type of meditation and focus where I accomplish and I fulfill the adequate shape of what I regard. It's like, we know the thing where you have to think of and describe an apple in your head, and most people can't fucking do that. Lawn guy, what's up? The thing that I give form to in my head that I think about is an abstract narrative structure. Not a fantasy, not a specific narrative, just the pure and distilled abstract narrative structure of communism, of the revolution, of all world history, of the thing that I believe in. And it's like, the reason I'm so fucking harsh on people and I'm so quick to call shit ugly and retarded is because if I don't have an intense focus on the beautiful, the good, the just, continuously, every waking moment of my life, I can't even take my first step and walk. I can't even fucking do anything because I have nothing to live for at that point. Do you guys want to know what compels me and motivates me? It's actually quite selfish why I'm doing what I'm doing. I want to expend less effort doing this. I want to wake up one day and have the thing that compels me to move forward reflected back upon me a little bit in the world that surrounds me, such that I don't have to fucking spend so much of my mental energy giving form and shape to it. I want this vision to proliferate and to spread, so I have to dedicate less energy to focusing on it. And I'm sure 99% of you are in the same fucking boat, which is why you badger and attack all the infidels and faithless retards who contradict our truth. Why do you do that? Why do you argue with people? Tactile, what's up? Because when you fucking wake up, and you look shoulder to shoulder and you look around you, and you see the stupid, retarded, wrong shit people are saying, they have then forced you to retrace the very steps that led you to your own position. And what did they do? They made you waste your fucking time. That's what they made you do. The one possible flaw of the Deuce plan is the reliance of an already existing community in order to jumpstart the independence to get more growth. Seems like a chicken and egg thing. Is there no way to divide up responsibilities, even temporarily, to jumpstart the growth? Well, maybe there could be, but that would come at two costs. Cost one is that it would take away energy that's put into the party, including the media that the party produces. And it could potentially even take away from party activity. I don't want that to happen. And the second problem is that how could people sustainably do that at the necessary pace at which it needs to be done without any kind of compensation? Like, I'm talking about daily clips. I'm talking about a barrage of content. I'm talking about like uploads at least multiple times a week, if not every single day. That's the level of volume that I think is necessary to fucking get this shit off the ground, right? I don't see how we could do that without using money that Infrared generates to put into that. There's a way you could get crowd investment into your Patreon and your YouTube. That's true. I'm just saying, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Patreon would be the same thing as the sustainer dues. It would literally be the same thing. But in that case, the revenue from the Patreon would not be put back into Infrared. That's a good point, though. That's an interesting point, actually. I think the reason I'm kind of emphasizing more the party making it voluntary is because this is not just paying for more Infrared content. It's allowing me to focus more on the party while also being able to grow Infrared without having to be on Kick. That's the two birds with one stone it solves. So it's like, if this were to go through and it were to work, then what would happen is I would just, from now on, stream on Twitch or stream on YouTube. I would be fucking done with Kick, because I genuinely believe that the growth of the live streams on Kick is not possible anymore. I can't grow on this fucking platform. I've been on Kick for 2 years and it's been stagnation. I've been on Kick just because of just to be able to fucking... This is why I'm saying this. You want to know why I've been on Kick for 2 years? So I can be the chairman of the ACP full time. That's why. But now we're getting to a point where the stagnation is turning into falling the fuck off. Now infrared is being neglected. Now the YouTube is being neglected. And it's like, I would love to just go back to YouTube, but if I go back to YouTube, I can't do ACP full time. I can't be chairman of the ACP full time and go on YouTube, right? Did we talk about YouTube cross streaming? Once again, dividing up the viewership is how you fucking fuck and kill yourself in the algorithm, okay? When you divide the viewership and I have 100 people watching me on each platform, there's not enough juice to get off the fucking ground. And multi-streaming is just never been something I've ever wanted to do at the current level of viewership that I'm at. Wonder if you're glad I had this frank conversation with you on this format, in this medium, rather than doing it like in member. Because I was thinking of doing it in member announcements, and I'm like, why the fuck won't I just say it live? Like, it's not like I'm ashamed to say any of this to the world and to the public. I'm really not. It's just a very frank and honest reality of where I'm fucking at. That fucking disgusting fuck who's like, oh, Haas just did ACP so he could grow his own fucking social media brand. I hope whoever says this literally fucking dies. I literally hope they fucking die. Because it's the most disgusting, hideously false thing in the fucking world. There is nothing that has led to the stagnation and negligence of infrared more than the fact that I have become chairman of the ACP. Even my fucking Telegram has fallen the fuck off. ACP Telegram, every time I post in the ACP Telegram that I'm live, 10 fucking people leave. And I'm like, holy shit. But now I'm at a point where I realize something. I'm looking at the 2 years since the launch of the ACP, and I'm like, was it a good decision to neglect infrared? No, it fucking wasn't. All this shit because I was self-conscious about how trashy streaming is, and I wanted to be professional, and all the, oh, you're a great... Shut the fuck up and literally fucking suck my nuts. This is the world we fucking live in. There would be no 2036 movement without infrared. That wouldn't have even fucking happened. 2036 didn't come out of fucking some Chungus movement in the fucking CPUSA. That was a fucking infrared strategy. Why the fuck was it a good call to neglect the fucking thing that gave juice? The vision. That was not good. That was bullshit. All of you have gone along with it for years. Sometimes I see OG gorillas in the ACP who have drank the wholesome Kool-Aid and they've changed. You went from the Salties platoon to fucking SpongeBob. Because you yourself bought this Kool-Aid that I myself was drinking, and you started drinking it too, and then you forgot about where the real fucking juice came from. We all fucking forgot. We've all been fucking gaslit. No, the era that we live in, it's full steam ahead for the terminally online, chronically online shit. Full steam fucking ahead. Full steam ahead on the fucking meme warfare. Full steam ahead on the fucking infrared renaissance. Bourgeois professionalism is dead. Wholesomeness is dead. The wholesome offline reality is dead. It's dead. People in small chapters frankly tell me, Haas, how do we grow our chapter? Well, you want to know how your chapter is going to fucking grow? If infrared grows 3 to 5 times bigger than it is now, you're going to have 3 to 5 times many people in your fucking chapter. Probably more exponentially, actually. The more this shit grows, the more the cult grows, the more the party grows. And by the way, the people who join the party, outside of Midwestern Marks, outside of Infrared, the people who join the party just because they want to be neutral communists are not loyal to us. I hate to say it. As a mass, it's not a reliable base. You can flip over backward, convincing everyone how wholesome we are and how non-problematic we are. But when shit gets real and the going gets tough, they're going to try to fuck us. Because they're not fucking loyal. That's my wisdom I have to you as chairman of this party. This is my wisdom to you. This is my vantage point. This is my perspective. This is what I want to share with you. We need to have the vision, guys. We can't just be like, oh yeah. I mean, look, when we're trying to tell ourselves what we are, we just say, we're just the American socialists. It's like, well, no, we're not. We're something much more than that. We have a vision. There's a North Star that's guiding this. There's a red star guiding this. And we can LARP as communists from the 20th century, as 20th century socialism is getting brutalized and dissolved. Or we can take a fucking risk and say, all in on the fucking vision beyond the visible spectrum. All in on seeing beyond the visible spectrum. All in on 2036. All in on this comprehensive solution to the riddle of history. I'm sick of having imposter syndrome for the fucking CPUSA. Fuck the CPUSA. Which became degenerate and revisionist even as soon as Khrushchev and his fat-ass secret speech. Fuck all this imposter syndrome bullshit. Fuck all this LARP trying to be a Chungus communist. We are Mongol communists. And for all the people that call us fascists and all this shit, you tell them you're part of the Haz Mujahideen, bitch. Who gives a fuck what anyone says? You're part of the Haz Mujahideen. You tell them, suck my fucking nuts. Your cookie cutter bullshit hasn't gotten us anywhere. Fuck you. Kill yourself. You're not real. What is a real communist? You're not a real communist. Where are the real communists? What is a real communist? All we have is the past. We have the past and we have China. China's not interested in a revolutionary movement in America. They're not. They don't care. So we have the past and we have China. What else do we have? No, I'm here for the future. I'm here for the future. I'm here for the thing that has never had any precedent and has never existed before anywhere. They're not real communists. Oh, you're a real communist? Where are your fucking results? I used to hold, for months and for years, I've held myself to the standard of the PSL. Fuck that. Fuck that. Why the fuck do we not have 10,000 fucking people? Why the fuck are we not a fucking giant mega force in this country by now? Why the fuck are our ambitions? Well, we're being a communist in America. Hey, fuck you. We're supposed to be different. Why should our ambitions not be just as worthy as the faith and dedication we have in our heart for what this shit needs to be? There's not a single force we can't overcome. Every single gorilla in this party can fucking steamroll any fucking right-wing opponent in the debate. All you need is RTSG by your side, and you can fucking destroy anyone. Name a single person who could go toe-to-toe with Volk Vulture and survive. Name a single person. Name a single person. Hundred thousand words. 100,000 words. You know, this is the only movement whose terms and conditions are, I believe. You don't have to justify yourself to anyone. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. If any other ideologist comes to you and says, what's your proof? Why are you? I believe. Isn't that enough? Well, what if someone believes in something else? Measure your faith with mine. Measure it with mine. It's not even 1%. What if someone believes in something else? Do they? Do they actually just have that purity of belief? Or are they assuming that, well, based on the facts and statistics, that they don't have belief. They're infidels. They don't fucking believe. Even the religious LARPers, they don't believe. Well, I think that I'm going to go to hell if I don't think it. I will fucking live in hellfire for infrared. If that's what it fucking takes. Because I believe. And I have nothing else. Just belief. What is the shape of pure belief itself? That's the question I set about to try and resolve. Oh, space aliens are... You don't have to believe in any of that shit. But to be a dignified fucking human being, you do have to believe in communism. You do have to believe there are zero fucking excuses whatsoever for the corruption, the degeneracy, the immorality, the dishonor that prevails in the so-called civilization that we live in now. Oh, you're a bunch of Nazis and you're a fucking fascist and you're a... You don't even have the words to describe what the fuck we are. That's the truth. Sure, you can call us communists, but clearly you're confused about what that word means. So the truth is, these people don't even have the word to describe what the fuck we are. I admit that plainly. They've tried to say LaRouche. They've tried to pin it all on Dugan. They've tried to say something else. The truth is, they don't even have the word. They don't have the signifier. Why? Because that word exists where the empty infidel hole in their heart is supposed to be. The word for what we are exists where the faithless hole in their heart is. Of course they don't know what the fucking word is. They're infidels. They lack conviction, they lack faith, they lack guidance, they lack certainty in the meaningfulness of the world. Not the content of that meaningfulness, just the fact that it is meaningful. And the right just openly challenges us. They openly challenge us on the basis of pure force. The right doesn't have any arguments. They just challenge us. They just tell us, you know, we're going to kill you. Okay. Should we be afraid of the right? Should we be compelled by leftists? Should we be afraid of the right? How can you be afraid of anything if you have faith in your heart? How can you be afraid of anything? What are you fucking afraid of? You know what it is? It's airplanes is how you know if you're on some real ass shit. Sometimes when I'm on an airplane, I think to myself, I'm like, fuck, if this shit crashes, maybe I should say a prayer. If this shit crashes and I look down and, you know, you're on a plane, maybe it's going to crash. You know, it's got that turbulence, it's rocking. So, you know, around 2 years ago or something, a year, started just kind of thinking to myself, I'm like, if I die this way, that's just the shape of the cosmos. I accept it. I have faith. If I die this way, I have faith. When I was in Donbass and they were shooting all these guns and there was this RPG stuff, I was like, you know, the RPG can malfunction and explode. I might just fucking die. But then I just think and I go, and what? So what if I do? What if I do? That's the outcome that I believe in. Whatever outcome is necessary and inevitable, it's the one I believe in. Why should I be afraid of any kind of outcome? If you have faith, if you trust the cosmos, if you have faith in it. You got to put yourself in some kind of condition where you think there's a reasonable expectation you might die. And then you just got to be like, I don't even need religion to be fearless. That's the truth. That's the scary fucking thing. I don't even need religion to be fearless. I'm like, now I understand how those people in the Soviet state and in the army, how they would rush into battle not giving a fuck because they believed in dialectical materialism, because they understood there's a rational relationship between the inputs and outputs that define reality. You don't even need religion to be fearless. That's the truth. You know, I was a little black-pilled and I thought maybe it's impossible to have a mass movement based on faith. Maybe you just need the 300 Spartans. You know, they say in the Shia, what do you call it? Eschatology. They say that in the army of Jesus or the Mahdi, when they return, there's just going to be 313 people. That's it. Or was it there were only 313 people in the ranks of Hussein's army? That's it, 313. Maybe that's the number that I'm stuck on. But at this point, I don't believe that. I believe that infrared can become something giant, and that will provoke something interesting to happen. I will get assassinated, I'll get killed, some crazy ass shit will pop off. But it just needs to fucking happen. Like, we got one shot, we gotta make it fucking happen. Because at the current fucking pace, shit is not sustainable. Now, I want you to understand and think about that. Jackson can grow to millions and millions of followers. But if I grow to 100,000 on YouTube, if I grow to 500,000 on YouTube, 1 million, if infrared grows, I should say, imagine IGG 10 times larger than it is. Tell me that's not a national crisis. Tell me that's not the League of Shadows situation. Tell me that's not national news media talking about the rise of something really fucking scary and fucking threatening to the system. We caused all the trouble that we have for the past 2 or 3 years because of 300 Spartans. We had Donald Danny, what the fuck was that guy's name on CNN? They did a whole CNN documentary about Charmhole because of the trouble y'all caused at 300. The whole MAGA communism thing. The CNN did a whole fucking documentary on that because of the trouble caused by your loud voices. Imagine if there was 10 times more of you. Imagine if this army really fucking grew, really fucking expanded. Something interesting. I mean, I put it off because it's scary to fucking think about. They would never let that happen. But we have to at least see how they would react and respond. And at this point, I don't even give a fuck what happens to me. If this message breaks through to the mainstream, at least even a little bit, we will have secured a place in eternity. I will have completed my mission, I think. Sometimes I say I'll have completed my mission when I write enough books. No. You read it and you don't quite get it. Because there's two components when you read something. There's the text and there's how does that tap into your feeling? What do you feel when you read it? You know, like what sensibility does that, pre-existing sensibility does that tap into? And it's like, you don't even have that sensibility because you don't even have the eyes to see the world in the way that it is. That's just the truth. Like, I think about Nick Land and his text. It's like, it's easy to read about Nick Land and be like, oh my God, I understand. But that's because he's just tapping into a kind of nihilism that we all take for granted by default, I think. Forget the book. I can't forget about the book because I've fallen in love with the book. Because I love the book, actually. I actually fucking love it. But I have no way of knowing that other people are going to love it in the same way that I love it. So maybe, like 99% of my other writings, I should just keep it to myself. And maybe the thing that I should deliver to you is not that. Maybe I shouldn't focus on that. Maybe I should focus on the movement, you know? You want the book? Look, I'll tell you this. If infrared expands and becomes a well-oiled machine that is continuously rising, why did we forget about that fucking slogan, infrared is rising? Infrared always has to be rising, not stagnating. We have to be rising all the fucking time. If we get a well-oiled machine going where infrared is rising, I can fully dedicate myself to the party. I will have the free time to where I have spaces of free time, just get the fucking book finished. I'll have that ability. But when I'm dealing with a million fucking different things at once, it's not possible. The infrared artificial intelligence needs to be launched. We need to become a well-oiled machine. A multimedia content machine. Is there a time limit for this proposal? No. No, I'm telling you this. Again, I'm telling you this because I'm telling it to you now because I don't know. I'm just telling you it's not sustainable. Maybe the National Congress is the timetable, you know, because I would never step down from the party in terms of the office I now occupy before, you know, we were able to sit down or something like that. I would never do that. And I would never abandon the party, ever. I'll always be dedicated and devoted to this party. But what I need to think about is, how can I serve this party the best? And I have a vision forward for the party for sure, but the vision that I have includes the infrared pipeline, which is the thing that I know and I have confidence in. And I'm speaking for myself when I say that. That's the thing I have confidence in. This community, this level of loyalty, this level of faith, this level of dedication, this thing we have going is the thing that I consider the most important foundationally, you know? But I can't keep neglecting infrared in the way that I've neglected. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I can't do that. We tried to launch a podcast with the Metal Gear Red, and we tried doing. It's not possible, you know, because even if we did that on a weekly basis and tried to grow the party like that, it's like, what's the central vision, though? You know. What are there are more discursive barriers that need to be broken continuously. And only infrared can break them. Metal Gear Red was just the 7 people in the EB just fucking talking. Like, that's all it was. And it's like, that's not going to replace the multimedia empire that needs to turbocharge the party. I'm an Iskraist. I've always been an Iskraist, you know? I've been noticing a lot of new names in the Discord. I get that. But, you know, our Discord only has 4,400 people. I don't know how long it's been stuck there, but it's like, we have not, we're not as big as we need to be. We're just not. We need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. The Nick Fuentes movement has 10 years on us. They have 10 years on us, okay? I understand that. Not 10 years. They have about 6 years head start, right? No more excuses. Let's get it. Let's break through to the mainstream. Midwestern Marks does pretty well on social media. I know he does. I'm aware of that. But I can't emulate what Eddie does because I'm not presenting the same thing that Eddie is. What Eddie's doing is indispensable for us. But What I'm doing, I also consider indispensable for the movement. And I can't neglect that. I've always been focused on, I've always taken for granted the canon and tradition of Marxism-Leninism. The great thing about Eddie and Midwestern Marx is they didn't take it for granted. They organized it, they attended to it, and they presented it to people. And it's like, that's important as a pipeline. But I've always been focused on leapfrogging ahead into the future, just taking an Olympic leap into the new vision, to the point where there is no dogma I'm afraid to challenge or break. And there's nothing I'm afraid of rethinking fundamentally, you know? So, you know, I want to make a self-criticism, and then I can do some TikTok debates. But before then, I want to make a self-criticism, if you guys are ready. And I want you guys to, I know I'm always contradicting myself sometimes, and like, I want you guys to hold me to this. Because I do think something fundamental was lost. There was a magic spark at the launch of infrared, at the inception, that I've lost. Here's my self-criticism. I've become snobbish, aristocratic, and cynical. I, as the forward-facing leader of infrared, lost faith in the ability for this movement to reach the masses. I dismissed all of the people whose attention is going elsewhere. I said, you know, I thought they're all stupid, they're all whatever, they're useless. I said, all we need is what we have. But there's a lot of people we need to be reaching that we aren't. And the fact that I haven't been able to reach them is a fact that infrared has been neglecting its duty and its obligations that were at the inception of its founding. The mission, in some sense, has been neglected and abandoned and replaced with cynicism. All, you know, these people are all brain rotted, they're all stupid, they just want to watch Kai Cenat and they just want to watch something else. Screw them. What is this if not some chud-like arrogance? The truth is, there's no excuse for why we shouldn't be popping off. There's no excuse for why infrared should not be rising. And that's my self-criticism. I always thought maybe I've said what I need to say at this point, there's nothing I can do. Well, that's not true. That's not true. We need to be less gatekeepers. We need to have more of an ability and confidence that we need to reach more people. Feist up, you got banned, it was outside your control. Correct. I did get banned from many platforms. And that was a contributing factor to my cynicism. But now we live in an age where you can't ban a symbol. Hezbollah is banned from everything. But their symbols are everywhere. We need to create a movement such that even if I'm banned, God forbid, even if I'm killed, the symbol will live on. And everyone will know what it fucking means. That's what this needs to be. We live in an age of, we live in a multi-platform age where you can try to ban someone as much as you want, but there's clips of them that are still going to go viral on Instagram, on TikTok, somewhere else, because it's not even centralized, because the message isn't centralized. And I want this message to get decentralized. That's always been my dream for this movement. The decentralization of the infrared message so that it fucking proliferates everywhere like a virus. Reach 1,000 subs. So are you going to start streaming on YouTube now? I could try to do that tomorrow. YouTube tomorrow, I could try that. But as much as I want to be committed to this infrared renaissance, I simultaneously have to tell you that it's not sustainable the way it is now. I'm going to be honest, guys. If my party supported me to have this vision implemented purely on the basis of faith, I would be so proud of that. I would actually be very proud of how I earn a living. If one day we woke up and said, okay, guys, you have to pay dues now so you can put me on a fucking salary, I'd be disgusted with myself. But if it was just based on the faith that you have and it was purely voluntary, I would be extremely fucking proud of what I'm doing. Because I live for the faith you guys give to me already. Do you understand? Even if money didn't exist, I want to know that I have your guys' confidence. Let's say we're in an age where there was no money at all. Would you still follow me? If we were in the fucking wilderness in the steppe, we were riding horses. We had nothing but what we could carry on our fucking backs. Would you follow me? Would you be in this horde with me? This horde? This army? We had nothing but what we could carry on our backs. That's what I fucking live for. That's why I'm fucking here. Whatever's within you that compels you to say, this is who I'm going to follow. This is the movement I'm going to be with. This is the cause that I'm going to fight for. Every single fucking day, that's the only thing I live for. And there's no amount of money in the fucking world that could replace it. And if I didn't have that, from you, I would never, ever, ever even think about accepting even $1 from you. And if you can't give me $1, but you give me that, just know the thing you're giving me is invaluable. There's no price tag I would... If a billionaire came and told me, hey, replace that faith and devotion for $1 billion, I'd say, fuck you. Because it's invaluable. There's nothing in the world I would rather have more. Because if I had nothing at all, that faith is all I would have. Nothing else. So the fact that there's others who would follow me when there's nothing, that's invaluable to me. That's the thing I'm chasing after. That's the thing I'm trying to magnify. Doing more IRL shit would help. Well, look, guys, if we go through with the strategy I just told you about, and there's that bedrock of support from the party, I can travel at least once a month domestically to see a new chapter every month. No problem. I would have all the anxiety about I have to stream on Kick today. That would disappear. The only thing I would be doing, I just bring my laptop and I would just upload videos to the YouTube and it's like, no problem. Which is what Jackson does, you know? I would have so much more flexibility in terms of my schedule to just not have to be bound to this desk to do streams on Kick, you know. Because whenever I travel to a chapter, there's always one thing on my mind. It doesn't matter what day of the week I'm traveling. I have to skip my streams for that week. If I go to Texas or California or New York or anywhere in the country, it's like, okay, I could spend some of the money that I have for a plane ticket, perhaps. Just forget about the money issue. It's like, but can I afford to skip this many streams? Can I afford to skip a stream? Or can I afford to skip 2 streams or 3 streams? And it's like, no, I can't. On the other hand, if I am constantly pumping out content and I'm paying people to constantly pump out content, because I don't know if you guys fucking know this, but we have a backlog. One's if you fucking understand. Like, we have a backlog of content from the hundreds of hours of streaming I've done just for the past 2 years alone. Golden fucking content. You have no idea how much is in the backlog that would go so fucking viral if it was just... I literally see infrared gorilla clippers, whatever they can do here. Sometimes they go viral randomly. And they're not even being paid. And it's not even intentional. It's not even strategic. We have such a fucking backlog. I'll donate 20 subs if you react to the Dune 3 trailer. Okay. I mean, good deal. I mean, I could just do that anyway, but sure, if you insist. Because believe it or not, I haven't actually watched the trailer. Because believe it or not, I haven't had any fucking time. Where do you watch the lost kick streams? Well, somebody has them archived. And they're on a Rumble somewhere. But there's such a backlog of content. You have no idea. If I could have a team where I just take a VOD and I give them the timestamps and I just like, this is what I want you to make it about. They just upload it. It's like, bam. Every single day we upload. I mean, YouTube ad revenue alone, if that gets to a certain level, then anything I would ever take from the party, I could just give back to the party and just, I'd be good. And I could even give more to the party than I have now, you know? But I don't know. That's even a secondary consideration. The most important thing is we get the growth, the volume of people tuned into infrared and the infrared vision. We have such a backlog of content that's been neglected. 18 U.S. Code 871 treason. Is Atlas Freeman the guy that got triggered by the idea that we said, someone in the IGG Discord was like, yeah, if we took power, we're going to dismantle the White House. And then he just crashed out and fucking like freaked out. And he's like, no, everyone loves the White House. The White House is sacred. It's like, of all the things to fucking crash out about. And then I kind of took it. I'm like, you know what? Fuck the White House. When we take power, we're building a red yurt in the Rockies. And that's replacing the White House fully. So Atlas Freeman, I'm looking at you directly. I'm looking at you directly. Tartaria Code 174. If you insult the red yurt, your head is chopped off in 20 years when we take power. Legally, it'll be legal, fully legal. Because we will be in control of the state as the sovereign. If you Tartaria Code and do that little symbol that you gave to me to have intimidation and authority, you're trying to project authority and intimidate me with that little squiggly line symbol, U.S. Code, whatever. Tartaria squiggly line, Code 170. If you insult the red yurt or claim the red yurt is beneath the White House, you are pulled apart by horses. That's Tartaria code. You bet your ass I'm a Fed. I'm here to destroy you. Are you the guy from the airport or some shit? Like, are you literally like are you like a customs agent or something that I've met before? Like, who the fuck are you, dude? Calm the fuck down. Tartaria Code 170. Whoever insults the red yurt shall be drawn and quartered. When we take power legally, if this is law. I'm here to destroy you. You're here to destroy me, buddy? Get in fucking line. I'm flattered. You want to destroy me over the poop house? The poop house. The White House, more like the poop house. How does it make you feel that I call it the poop house? Answer me, Atlas Friedman. How does it make you feel that I call the sacred White House the poop house? What are you going to do about it? How does it make you feel? How does that make you feel? I'm waiting for your response. Atlas Friedman, I'm talking directly to you. I'm looking directly at you, addressing you personally. How does it make you feel that I'm calling the White House the poop house? I have a better one. Not the White House. The Shart House. How does it make you feel I'm calling it the Shart House? Treason, threat. I've never made a threat against the president. I've never made a threat against the president. I'm talking about when we are in power because of a democratic election and an amendment to the U.S. Constitution that says we're becoming Tartaria, which will happen in 20 years, and the White House will transfer to the red yurt. It'll all be legal. Ro Khanna will sign it into law. Congress will agree to it. Paul Ryan, who was the speaker under Obama, will oversee the proceedings. And it'll all be a completely democratic process of the transfer of the White House to the red yurt. And the White House will be democratically signed into demolition. As an extension, it'll be an executive order act by the USA will be democratically dissolved into the Tartarian Empire. So what is your response? This is all legal. This is all happening legally. What is your response, Atlas Freeman? What are you going to do? Like, what's your response? The Shart House will no longer be the seat of power. And I'm calling it Shart House. Get in VC if you have a problem with me calling it the Shart House. It will not become a museum. Probably won't. It's such a stupid, small, ugly house, actually. Can I say, I think the White House is ugly and stupid. I went there and visited it when I went on Tim Pool. I wanted to visit D.C. First of all, can I say, because I wasn't allowed to be, edgy or anti-Semitic before, but now I can be because we all are now. The Washington, D.C. is like the most goy-coded, like Disney-fied, like fake goy capital of the world. It's like such a fake like amusement park for goyim. It's like you just read like this is some kind of like Zionist fake world. And I looked at the stupid White House, which was so small and pathetic. This was in 23. And I was like, this stupid small house. I've seen homes much bigger than this, that were middle-class homes, that were bigger than the White House. I said I always thought the White House was grand and big and magnificent, but it's a tiny, stupid house. And some people find it endearing. They find the kind of, Maryland, endearing, Bill Gates in a tiny little house. I find it fucking stupid. If it's the capital of the country, it's the seat of power. It needs to be like the Kremlin. It needs to be like a grand palace. It needs to be like something magnificent. Nobody has to live there, even. I don't even think anyone should live there. The president or the leader, the commander, fine, have them live in a modest place. But the symbol of the power should be magnificent. Like, the monument the Soviets were going to build? The Palace of the Soviets. I wish they had built the Palace of the Soviets. It was one of the most magnificent, beautiful ideas ever. They were going to build this, the Palace of the Soviets. 400 and... Oh, it's on Reddit. Disgusting. Can I get this image off Reddit? No, I can't. All right. You see, this should be the monument to the power, the symbol of the power. Okay? Why did they not build it? It would have been beautiful. I mean, look how grand. 500 meters tall. I mean, you got to look and zoom in. Imagine walking here, looking up, and it's just the power. The power. The red yurt will kind of be like this, but 3 times larger. Red yurt will be 3 times larger than this. But it should have been built. And the puny, stupid white... This is the Arlington... Not Arlington. What is the CIA headquarters? Langley, Virginia, kind of like... Oh, I'm just Stephen King. I live in a small, modest house. Fuck you, Stephen King, you fucking weird pedophile. I don't like any of that shit. I don't like this stupid, like, well, the White House is just going to be a small house. Stop, you pathetic, lying bitch. This is some lie for the public. Meanwhile, it's this unlimited power and control that's imposed on us. It's not modest at all. All right, somebody wanted me to watch the Dune... One's if you want me to watch the Dune 3 trailer before we get into the debates. All right, we're going to watch it right now together. When does this movie come out? Doesn't it come out like in 2 days? Is this the right one?
If we have a girl, what will we name her?
Her name should be Ganima.
I'm not trying to attack the movie already, but that's an ugly-ass name. Sorry.
You need to be strong, like her mother.
Ganima? God help that child, Ganima.
I would name him Leto.
It's also a stupid-ass name, but whatever.
So he would have the wisdom of his grandfather.
You will be hung if you make the... Then hang me, bitch! What threats did I make? What threat did I make, you fucking weird fuck? You will be hanged. What threat did I make? I'm watching this trailer, I'm sorry, and then I hear Ganima, and then this guy tells me he's gonna hang me.
War feeds on itself. The more I fight, the more our enemies fight back.
I don't like the song, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm doing the best I can to protect my family.
The uniforms are kind of infrared coded a little bit.
How did father do it?
Your father.
But don't. I mean, who is Timothy in this case? Because don't compare me to this Timothy chat. I don't like this guy at all.
Started a war.
You know, there's a guy in Dune who looked just like me, and Jackson thought it was me. For some reason, he looked exactly like me. Jackson claimed, like, bro, were you in the movie? He looked exactly like you. And it was one of those background characters, but I remember seeing it, I was like, what the fuck? And it wasn't even one of the main characters. It was one random scene. It was like one split second where they had one of the guys, and he does look exactly like me for some reason. It was the weirdest, most uncanny thing in the world. definitely part of the infrared renaissance. When this movie comes out and there's a buzz around it, we're gonna channel the buzz and the hype and meme the fuck out of it, infrared coded. We're gonna definitely like. We gotta be ready for that. By the way, be ready to like hijack the buzz and the discourse about the movie to like make memes about infrared and shit.
I'm not afraid to die. But I must not die. Yet.
Barbarians versus the... Yeah, it's pretty based. And the books are really based. It's pretty based. But, no, it looks pretty good. Alright, let's start the tic-tac. Ones if you want tic-tac debates. Let's start the tic-tac debates. Lost in thought. Don't mind me, I'm just lost in thought. Future, what's up, man? Appreciate you. What a good deal. Alright. Yeah, I'm actually surprised you came through with that. I actually thought you were trolling. I didn't think you were actually gonna come through on that. Appreciate you, man. Alright. Alright, we have to enable the webcam. Alright, started. Alright, and this should work. Alright, this needs to be flipped. Alright, we're good. I'm titling it Leftists and Rightists Are Garbage. Someone named Liam wants to join. Got to talk in the chat first. The dude's got 28 followers. What do you want, Liam? What do you want? What makes you worthy of coming on the broadcast? What do you want? Debate about what? About communism. Okay, we'll see. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Liam prepares to do the conversation. So I don't like communism because it. Liam takes a deep breath. I don't like communism because it creates dictatorships, and dictatorships are bad.
All right, why are they bad?
Liam thinks
All right, as soon as
Because
someone said
the
TPH,
people,
I knew it was true philosophy right away. Bro, you got
people.
caught. No, you got caught, bro.
It's okay. Good shit. Good shit. There you
All
go.
right,
Now you got
yeah.
Liam.
The game got away. The game was given
I
away.
took it from Dean. He got a
Just,
troll
just,
called
just,
Liam, and it did that.
just make a voice alteration thing next time, all right? You gotta. I keep telling you,
I'll do.
you gotta have a voice modulator. Your ways, like it's a dead giveaway every time. It's a dead. It's such a dead giveaway. Forehead snatcher. Go ahead. Go ahead.
How you doing, How's?
Terribly. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to come here and say, I mean, I kind of agree with you that communism isn't culturally liberal, but the problem I have is, yes, we should be against this wokeness, this excess of stuff. Completely agree with you there, but I don't think the answer is anti-woke, right?
No, the
I think
answer
we
is
should.
just doing and saying whatever you want without caring about how people are gonna cry about it. That's it.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I don't think we should be anti woke or woke. I think we should just be neutral on this. Like it doesn't matter.
I think
mean,
we should be
there are
I think we should be infra woke. I support infra woke.
no, but what I'm saying is there are culturally conservative sections of the working class, and there are culturally liberal sections of
And
the
all
working
of them
class.
need to become infra woke, in my opinion.
Info woke.
Infra woke.
What is that?
So, infra woke, it's like a Gnostic awakening where you are awakened to the revolutionary spark within and you have infrared vision, seeing beyond the visible spectrum, instead of accepting the conventional reality that institutions tell you about. It's basically the most revolutionary type of consciousness you can have is infra woke.
I have a question for you. What do you think about all of the DSA wins tonight?
The what?
The DSA is all excited tonight. They're all happy, and because their bitch mayor Mamdani endorsed some people in New York.
Didn't he endorse some establishment Democrats too, though?
Yes, he did.
Right, so it's not
What's
really a win that has all.
well? They think they're doing something by winning in these deep blue districts. Like I'd like to see them try and win in a purple district or red district. They can't do that.
What is a purple district?
Like a district that's
Slim, what's
contested
up?
between Democrats and Republicans. One that goes 50-50.
Oh, I
But
see.
the only places where they
of course they can't because look, it's just a self-congratulatory, liberals just patting themselves on the back. There's not much to it.
So I was wondering, you had a discussion with Benjamin Studebaker, right?
If I did,
A couple of years back.
I don't even remember.
It was with Mikey Downs.
Who?
It was on his channel, Mikey Downs.
What? Oh, those guys.
Yeah.
The theory guys. The theory.
Yeah,
people.
yeah, Underground Theory. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember them.
So I was wondering, what do you think of them? That Chris Cutrone kind of scene milieu.
I don't even. Those people are not Patron types. The Underground Theory people, they're pretty cool. They're like they're interested in a lot of the same theoretical stuff that I am, but I wouldn't say that they're Catronists.
No, but they are like in, I would say, the same milieu, right?
No, they're just
Sublation.
they're just into the intellectual. Is Mikey Downs the guy who's?
He's the bald one with the thick beard.
Yes, that's the Zizekian guy, right?
Yep, that's the Zizekian, yeah.
Yeah.
And he likes Nick Land. I don't know if you've seen, but he's interviewed Nick Land a couple of times.
Yeah, I have seen. I've seen. I mean, I don't have a problem with those people.
What do you think about Chris Cutrone himself and the sublation milieu?
I don't really agree with Catrone about much of anything. But I don't like. I'm not real. Like I don't consider.
He's got some of the similar positions as you.
No, I think he's coming from a very different place, but the way he presents himself is less dishonest than most leftists. So it's just,
I mean, but he also thinks that, we shouldn't
Yeah, I
be
know.
woke, that we should be open to
I know, but I'm
culturally
not against.
conservative.
I'm not against woke. I'm against liberal woke. I'm pro infra woke.
Yeah, liberal woke. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but infra woke is what I support.
Can you explain to us what infra? I've never heard of this infra woke.
It's basically like the same cult like cancel culture of woke culture, but for base things.
Like what? Like if you can give an example, what would it be?
Like if you're like not for Stalin, if you're not for Mao, you get canceled as like an infidel basically.
What about Dugan? What if you're not for him?
Well, if you're infra woke, then you're just like a wise person who absorbs the wisdom and knowledge of all the schools of thought of the entire world and synthesizes them into a cutting edge revolutionary outlook. And that, of course, that includes Dugan.
Well, I haven't heard of it, but it sounds interesting, is what I'll say. But thank you for your time, Haas. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Bye bye. Like, I never said I'm against, like, we need to be infra woke. Infra woke is really based. It's like you're infra woke. I like that. It's very Gnostic. It's very revolutionary. It's very great. User, whatever, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you?
Go
Hey,
ahead.
yeah, last time you disconnected me, I was a little nervous. So, and plus I was really tired because of work. So I misspoke a little bit. I threw out the number about Silicon Valley hiring like philosophers that Dugan threw out. So it's not like 40 philosophers, but they cut like I think 40% of the technical workforce and
Okay,
started
what do you
hiring.
want?
I think a lot of the problems you're crashing out about could technically just be like fixed by AI because some of the best, I guess, LLMs people have are just like all good enough.
All right,
So I
well,
really
then have AI fix it for me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you remember Orsos? It sounds familiar. I don't. What do you elaborate? Who is that one? Is that? I kind of think that does sound familiar. The guy on Twitter that debated you like a year ago. Refresh my memory. Why do people call us Nosballs? Because we're just outside of the visible spectrum of U.S. politics, and it leads people to associate us with eclectic and contradictory tendencies. It's the simplest way I could put it. Like, we are just so infra woke beyond the visible spectrum that people just like try to pin us down on the most obscure weird thing in politics, which was the Nosball thing. Tito, go ahead.
Yo, you remember me?
Yeah.
So, would you like to continue about Yugoslav politics?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
I don't believe that. Like, what a coincidence. Oh, yeah. You just happen to be 18. You sound very young, all right? Cuban American. Is that like a third position guy? Haas has never worked a physical job. That's actually wrong. But you want to know why it would be stupid even if it was correct? Which it is really stupid. I'm in the gym every single day. I probably physically work harder than you do. And I have the muscles to show for it compared to you. So shut the fuck up. It's like a really dumb thing to say. It's a dumb line of attack. Someone who has the level of athletic output that I do, it's like, I'm not saying it's the top in the world. I'm just saying it's like, dude, like, yes, I have worked physical jobs, but it's like at the same time, I'm not a physically inactive person. So, like, why does it even matter? Like, have no fear. I have fresh calluses on my hands all the time. I would never dare claim to offer anyone leadership, any guidance. I would never ever consider myself fit for the office of the chairman of the party that I lead. I would never even turn my camera on and talk to anyone about anything if I wasn't wasn't challenging myself physically every single day. If I started just being lazy and sitting around, I'd be so disgusted with myself. I would never even talk to the world at all. I'd be shut in forever. And I'll just be like a skinny monk or something. I have the confidence that I do because I'm putting myself to the limit and challenging myself physically at the volume and output that I am. Tanner, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up?
I don't know if I would consider myself an op on your page, so if you're just looking to debate people, I can get down, but I was just wanting to have a chat.
All right. I'm glad. I appreciate the honesty. Oh my God, the Tito guy keeps requesting. Bro, what do you want?
Well, why do you keep dodging an argument? Why do you keep dodging the debate?
Because you just sound too young.
That come on, that's not an excuse, bro. I mean, I got some good strong points I can make to you.
Okay, what's your point?
So I'd like to comment on that whole Baklava Federation.
Yes.
A good idea.
So, why do you think we should unite under this very stereotypical name?
Are you ready for the truth, or are you gonna get triggered?
Sure, bro. Bring it on.
Are you
then.
Serbian?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
Do you see the flag in my name?
No.
I'm Bosnian.
All right. I mean, you'll be less triggered, but you'll probably still be triggered.
All right, go for it then.
I mean, like, are you ready for this though?
Yeah. Just throw it.
You're ready.
So the entirety of the Balkans, plus the Levant, that's just Ottoman civilization. That's all it is.
The fuck? Oh my God, I'm so offended.
That's all it is.
He worships. He's a Rawafid pig trying to tell us about our own.
I'm just telling y'all how it is. That's all Ottoman
Yeah,
civilization.
my friend's also with me here, so.
I know y'all don't like hearing that, but I'm just telling you that's just the Turkish Empire, the Tartarian Empire, the Turkic Empire.
So the Balkans are just the part of the Ottomans?
Yeah!
Does that include for Lebanon too?
Yeah, the same civilization. It's the same thing. Like the baklava.
Well, not all the Balkans are
the
just
dancing in a
Turks.
circle, the kebabs, all the food. It's just
Now we
it's
got
all
our own Slavic culture derived from other Slavs.
The fuck this nigga talking about? Balkan culture is entirely different from the Turks.
It's really not, though. I mean, your capital is Istanbul. It's just the truth. I know you don't want to hear
Capital,
it.
Nah.
I'm just telling you the truth. Your capital is Istanbul.
No, nah. It's definitely in the Yugoslavia region.
It's pretty sure it's Istanbul, but y'all don't want to accept the truth.
I mean,
That's
I'm
fine.
not a Turk, so. I'm more of like an Aryanic Muhammad.
Bro, you can say whatever you want. You can spin it however you want, but it's all the. It doesn't have to be the Ottomans coming back, but it's like it has to encompass that scale of territory, or else there's going to be endless conflict. The only people who could bring order to the region were the Ottomans.
The Ottomans
Austria-Hungary
died.
couldn't do it.
The Ottomans
Austria-Hungary
died.
couldn't do it. Prussia couldn't do it.
So you're
Yugoslavia
gonna
failed. Only the
you're gonna
Ottomans
answer-
actually civilized people.
you're gonna
That's the
answer
truth.
the question of what the Ottomans did with Christian boys in the Balkans.
It was
That was
bad,
bad.
but at the same time, the Janissaries were literally the elites of Ottoman society.
You know what
They
they
were ruling
you know what
class.
they did to Christian boys in the harems?
That's disgusting. That's awful. You know, that's. But
I mean, that's the same Ottoman Empire you're pushing for.
But the Slavs were also doing that kind of weird ass
No,
shit.
no,
Yes,
no,
they
no,
were.
no.
Yes, they were. Look at
No,
them.
no, no.
They
that
were. The
was only-
Slavs were running
that was only
around
that
doing the same
Arab and
nasty
Turk
ass
shit.
shit. This
That
is
was
the
the
type
Arab
of
and Turk
disgusting
shit.
backwardness that should be.
That sounds a bit stereotypical, man.
Nah, it was definitely the Turk shit.
Listen, you know, that's
I mean,
not
that
the
was
be all
outlaw.
end all. You can't just dismiss an entire period of history because of the most gruesome, evil things that happened during that.
Yeah, the Ottomans
I'm not
outlawed that
advocating
child
for a
slaughter.
return to the pre-modern times and having those customs and practices, but I'm talking about what has been able to unify people across ethnic and religious differences the most effectively.
so
Let's
you
just be
mean-
objective.
So you mean like enforcing religion upon people who don't want to convert?
But how could they enforce it if a huge portions of the populations they ruled over
They
were
force
Christians?
people to convert because of the taxes
jizya
that the
tax?
Ottomans.
That's a myth,
Of
though,
course.
because jizya prevented you from being conscripted, and it also prevented you from paying the Islamic taxes, which, when you calculate them, are even more than jizya.
There's a difference between zakat as sadaqah and jizya.
Correct.
Jizya is for
Zakat and the
non-Muslim.
other one are more expensive
Jizya
than
for
jizya.
jizya is for non-Muslim tax.
But jizya, people who paid jizya didn't have to pay the other ones.
Well, that's because that was a non-Muslim tax. They don't have to pay the Muslim ones if they're non-Muslim.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, when you think about it, it's like, what's your argument though? Because like the Muslim tax was more tax costly than the non-Muslim tax.
You did bring up conscription with tax, right?
You didn't have to fight in the army. Yeah, that was another thing. Non-Muslims didn't have to fight in the army.
But they would take Christian boys from wherever they invaded and then put them in janissaries and made them loyalists.
Look, that was bad, but that was a practice that the Islamic
I mean, you
empires.
can't just throw shade on that and then just forget about like it ever happened and then just push
But
for
you don't. You're speaking
the
from
Ottoman
ignorance.
Empire.
You're just speaking from ignorance. You don't even know history.
Oh, I trust me, I do know history.
No, you don't. Because if you knew history, you would know that those kind of practices began, I think, in the Abbasid Caliphate, and the first victims of it were Turks
So I
themselves.
was right. It was then the Arabs and Turks.
Oh, you know what? I forgot you're a child. I forgot you don't even know what you're talking about because you're just not mature enough to understand that.
Trust me, I think my frontal lobe is well developed.
I don't
for
think
this.
it is. I don't think it is. I think that you're looking
I mean,
at history. I think
I'm
you're
debating the
you're judging
barbarian.
history by the standards of modern sensibilities, and it's a little ridiculous. Like
I mean,
the
like
Mamluks,
talking to you.
the Mamluks and the Janissaries were both elite institutions, and they were very high status institutions. And although the conscription of people into them was not done according to modern sensibilities, which I actually think are better and superior, to say that this was an exceptional form of degradation or humiliation of Christian populations is wrong, because the logic was these people are being conscripted into the most elite institution within the empire to literally hold more influence and power than even sometimes the Sultan did, you know? So it's like that was
I mean,
literally-
like
the Janissaries and the Mamluks, that
the
practice
fact that you went straight to insults instead of actually making a point.
because you
it's like
kept interrupting
talking
me.
to an
Because you
actual
kept
barbarian.
interrupting me. Because you kept interrupting me. Notice how I had to just.
I mean,
talk
you wouldn't let
past
me
you.
get my point across.
No, you're just continuing to.
I mean, you
insist.
wouldn't let me get my point across.
What is
until
your
you
point?
Had to stick
Spell
to
out your
insulting,
point. You have the floor. What's your point?
which is pretty low IQ in my opinion.
What's your point? Spell it out.
Again, like I said, your whole claim about the Balkans, whatever, being a part of the Ottomans,
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the civilization that defines that region of the world. I'm just sorry. That's just the truth.
I mean, I don't want to
So
be
far.
under. I don't want to be under an. I don't want to be under an empire that like fucking
Nobody else wants
promotes
to be under the Ottoman
homosexuality
Empire.
with little
Nobody
boys.
wants to be under the Ottoman Empire, but at the same time, that was the framework that unified that territory to that extent.
But you agree Lebanon should be under the. But you agree that Lebanon
No, I
should be
agree
under
that
the Ottomans.
that
then?
Lebanon, like the Balkans, is an inheritor of the vestiges of Ottoman civilization, and it's just a fact.
I mean,
there
to
are
be fair, they were
similarities
just,
throughout the entire
imperialist
Balkans and the
colonizing.
Levant that are easily observable, which sometimes people say, oh, it's Mediterranean culture. No, it's Ottoman culture. That's the truth.
Well, that's because culture was enforced over there. We had our own culture before.
Okay, so let me
the
ask you a
whole
question.
Ottoman invasion.
What polity united Russia, Central Asia, and the Caucasus?
Tell me.
No, what historically, for hundreds of years, what was it called?
What? What are you referencing
What
to?
was the polity, what was the state that ruled Russia, Central Asia, the Caucasus for hundreds of years? What was it called?
In which time period?
I would just give it away at that point. Any time period. When they were united, the majority of the period in which they were united, and the foundations of those being part of one integral territory, where was that built?
If I'm not mistaken, the Russian Empire.
Correct. The Russian Empire. So, was the Russian Empire great? Everything it did, was it great? Was the way that it persecuted Muslims good? Was the way that it itself?
I don't necessarily think there was Muslims at the time over there.
There were absolutely Muslims in
well,
the
probably like Chechens and
the
stuff.
Tartars. No, you had the Tatars and you had Central Asia.
So, what's your point you're trying to get?
My point
here?
is, if you were a communist, you would still say, well, the Russian Empire is still the civilizational framework, and therefore the Soviet Union was successful in being able to unite all these people because it was inheriting the legacy that came from the Russian Empire, which is true.
Okay, so, but I'm not.
The Russian
I'm not
Empire is what laid the foundations
Empire.
for the possibility of the Soviet Union, and that's a fact.
I mean, I'm not pushing for a Russian Empire back the same way.
But that's what the Soviet Union was.
Back.
That's what the Soviet Union was.
The fundamentals of the Russian Empire.
The legacy that the Soviet Union drew upon to have a framework that united that many people in that much territory came from the Russian Empire.
How exactly? Could you elaborate a little more?
Why don't you just read Lenin, who talked about how the Soviet state literally had to import the Tsarist state machine in its practices and habits, not just in the personnel that.
And what did the Bolsheviks do to the Russian Empire?
They formally dissolved and destroyed it, but it continued under a new
through
form.
Revolution.
Okay, so
and you know what the Balkan Wars were? Revolution.
The Balkan Wars were. So why did your Balkan Wars
First
not
and
lead
Second
to
Balkan Wars?
Why don't we have the equivalent in the Balkans of a Soviet Union then?
Because I don't know what you're trying to reference here.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're trying to reference.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know what you're trying to reference.
I'm trying to reference the simple fact that you don't have to agree with the Ottoman Empire, just like you don't have to agree with the Russian Empire to understand.
I mean, we did have a Eastern Bloc in the Balkans too, like Romania, Moldova, Bulgaria. Those were all part of the Soviets, right? And you asked...
They weren't all part of the Soviets. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, satellite state of the Soviets.
No, Romania broke off a long time ago. Okay, so...
No, these were Soviet satellite states.
You think Romania was functionally a Soviet satellite state? You're delusional.
Of course, they were definitely a part of the Eastern Bloc.
The Romania
You should know this.
No, Romania literally was an American ally for a huge portion of the Cold War.
Ceausescu or whatever his name was.
Romania was deeply close with America and had trade relations with the IMF in America and had a great deal of distance from Moscow.
Without the Soviets' approval?
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically,
There's nothing the Soviets could do about it either.
State. Especially Bulgaria too. They were Eastern Bloc too.
Okay. In any case, you are triggered. I knew you're triggered by the truth, and that's okay. Your capital is Istanbul. Keep crying about it. I don't care. Don't care.
I mean, I don't understand why we have to use insults like a barbaric
No, because
person.
you're unable to engage with the argument. You just keep interrupting me, and you don't want to hear the truth, and that's fine. Your capital is Istanbul. There's nothing more I have to say.
Nah. I mean, your capital is Istanbul too.
I don't fucking live in Lebanon though. I live in America. It's not my problem.
So you're just some like immigrant.
Do you live in the Balkans?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, you do. Okay, so I'm giving you the simple, hard truth.
But I'm not in
your
Istanbul,
capital is
though.
Istanbul.
But I'm not in Istanbul though.
Okay, well, you're in some micro-statelet that will never have any rights or recognition by any state in the world because you're not part of an actual real state. You're in some
what are you elaborating by this?
Small nations are useless and reactionary, according to Frederick Engels. That's the truth.
Oh my God! There's got to be some revision bullshit.
Take it up with Engels. Small statelet, ethno-state nonsense, fake nonsense, small shitty countries are useless.
Not really, but I mean, if you want to go ahead and
Engels,
say that, I mean, you got
a
a small state in India, Kerala, that's communist. So what's your argument?
Kerala's not independent from the Indian state, so it's not a state actually.
It's a province of a state.
Okay, it's a province. Okay, so what are we talking about?
So essentially, a state inside of a country. India is a country. There's many like provinces and states.
India is not a small country, and India is one of the worst examples.
Kerala is a province, though.
Okay, Kerala is
what
a province.
I was just trying to tell you.
Nobody denied Kerala is a province.
Yeah, but you said small states wouldn't work out.
I'll give you my honest truth. I think that the whole reason why there's any... I wish the Ottomans won the battle. I wish the Ottomans won the Battle of Vienna. That's the truth. I wish they won.
Soviet communism couldn't never realistically work because when you have a really large... communism only works as a commune in a community. It cannot work largely. That's why the Soviets failed.
If you're actually an adult and you're not a child, I just want you to know I hate you.
That's why the Soviets failed, because it was supposed to be a commune, a community.
You're a Titoist talking about the Soviets failing. You're literally a Titoist. Yugoslavia was the biggest disaster in the entire history of socialism. There's not a single example of the failure of socialism worse than Yugoslavia. It's the worst. The Soviet Union lasted 70 years. It was hard to build. Stalin did it. Khrushchev undid everything. Gorbachev accelerated the demise. Yugoslavia was a ticking time bomb from day one. As soon as Tito was gone, it literally disappeared. At least after Stalin was gone, the Soviet Union had a run for a few decades. Why are you talking about the Soviet Union when you're upholding Yugoslavia, which was even worse than the Soviet Union in managing anything?
Because communism cannot work in a big country.
Yugoslavia was a million times worse at managing ethnic relations than the Soviet Union was.
Oh no, we know how to manage our ethnic and our national question.
Rage bait.
Instead of labeling everyone as a
Get the hell out of here before I lose my blood pressure. Literal rage bait. We Yugoslavs know how to manage ethnic. You knew how to manage ethnic relations in Yugoslavia. You had a fucking war. The Soviets only had the Chechen problem. The Soviet Union was a million times more competent at handling the national question than Yugoslavia. The Soviet Union inherited an imperial tradition that understood how to build a multi-ethnic and manage a multi-ethnic state. Yugoslavia had the Austro-Hungarians, and it had the Turks before them, and then it had some Prussians, some nonsense. German colonizers. And then it was born based on Pan-Slavism, and it completely failed because it had no understanding of how to actually have the management of different ethnicities and nationalities. And you're saying that the USSR failed to do that? The last problem the USSR had was the national question, actually. You had Gorbachev, you had revisionism, you had Khrushchev. Stalin did a good job at what he did, actually. Pretty good job. There's some critiques you can make here or there, but in terms of actually building a state where everyone feels like they belong together in one happy family, the Soviets did do that. Now, Yugoslavia, you can't even look at your neighbor without hating them and wanting to destroy them. Croats hate Serbs. Serbs hate Croats. Bosnians and Serbs have some kind of issue with each other. They have some kind of issue with Montenegro, with Slovenia, who think they're German. Slovenians think they're German. Serbs are out here LARPing as Tsarist white Russians. Bosnians don't even know what they are. And what else do you have? Montenegro? Earthquakes? Don't sit here and tell me that Tito and Yugoslavia had its shit together. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. And then don't get me started with the Kosovo question with Albania. Poor Albania. Yugoslavia was terrible at building a multi-ethnic state. Terrible. It was a disaster. After Tito was gone, the whole thing was destroyed. If you had one leader in your entire history, and that's it, you can't build a state. You have no claim to competence, no legacy to draw from to say, oh, it's nonsense. Go ahead, Shovel.
Hello, Hawes. I have two questions. Firstly, why are you dressed like Zelensky? And secondly, I ain't been this drunk since Charlie Kirk died, Hawes. Pucker up and kiss me like a real man.
Just like used to weirdos, I guess. Top guy, go ahead.
What's up, buddy?
The Sky, what do you want?
I'm top guy. So look, I'm gonna speak for 10 minutes and then I'm gonna need you to keep up. So here's the thing. You guys were talking about like ethnic relations, right? Do you think, or do you have principally this notion that if America was more ethnically homogenous, that there'd be a high concentration of social cohesion, social capital, and because of the interconnection between the citizenry, they'll be more likely to, through the procedural mechanisms of democracy, establish social safety nets?
But the ethnic homogeny will be the Tartarian ethnicity and nothing else.
No, I'm talking about America.
Yeah, in America, the Tartarian ethnicity.
Are you retarded?
Mm-hmm. You want to get the live? Is you trying to get the live restricted? Is that what you're trying to do?
Fine. No. I apologize. I would never want my dear Lord Infrared to have his live restricted. Absolutely not. I apologize. But okay, come on. Actually, try to engage.
How old are you?
25.
Okay. There is no eliminating America's current level of ethnic pluralism. There's no way. There's no way to eliminate it. Do
you not understand conditional hypotheticals?
There's no way. If you're asking cultural, ethnic, cultural...
I'm talking about conditional hypotheticals.
Okay. Cultural homogeneity, not necessarily ethnic, but if you have the cultural, then it tends to be ethnic because a uniform culture presupposes people who are culturally related enough that they have practices of intermarriage and just eventually blend into one people. But yes, cultural homogeneity makes the rule of any given state much easier, regardless of what it is.
Yeah. But in this contemporary state, especially when we're embedded in this like multicultural order, that reinforces people to not assimilate because then their identity is saturated.
What are people expected to assimilate into in America? What's the like standard?
No. That's a predicate issue. America is a byproduct of this like liberal theoretical abstracted order. In which
so I just told you the solution is Tartarian uniformity.
You can't have Tartarian uniformity.
Yeah, we can. We're building a completely new civilization and completely new culture.
People don't want to. No. Okay, but that
I don't care what people want. Don't care. It's not by choice. It's not by choice.
Stop interrupting me just for 1 second. Jeez Louise, you're very aggressive. It's probably the Lebanese heritage. Relax. Okay. Now, as I was saying, in order to have a national revival or national rebirth, there must be a presupposition of an interconnected body that sees itself as a corpus under the authorized representative who can spiritually interconnect.
The infrared movement sees itself as Tartaria, and we're conquering the nation.
It doesn't matter if you can conquer the nation. You need at least some legitimacy or some illusion of the mythical character of the state.
Tartaria, it's the greatest myth in the world. All Americans believe in Tartaria.
No, they don't. See, you're just LARPing. Yeah, okay, yeah,
Yes,
you're
they
not
do.
you're not a serious person.
Go on
Because, you know,
Facebook, look up Tartaria. A lot of people believe in it.
okay, see, exactly. You can't justify your opinions because you understand there needs to be a political interconnection between the
You can
authorized
talk as
representative of the
fast as you
state.
want, but at the end of the day, Facebook people talk about Tartaria every single day.
Okay, yeah, you're rage baiting me. You're a funny guy.
I'm not rage baiting. It's the truth. You
It's
go on
like
Facebook and look
Tartaria.
up Tartaria.
You know, the thing about it is that I can't attack you because you're a very cute person. You're very good looking. So
And
I have to
that's
restrain myself.
that's where we draw the line and just say, you know, what a disgusting failure to engage with the topic at hand. Herm, go ahead. Guy's taking 20 years to load. Guy's taking 20 years to load. You're gonna have to try to just fix your Wi-Fi. Like, it's taking 2 years to load. By the way, I want to tell you my position on the Balkans, because this is genuinely what I think. Like, I'll solve the Balkans. One's if you want to hear me solve the Balkan conflict. I can solve it. One's if you want to hear me solve the Balkan conflict. Okay. I don't think the Balkans should be ruled by Istanbul. I think that the Ottomans did oppress the Balkans. Premise one, they did oppress the Balkans. However, the Ottomans laid the foundation for the civilizational integration of what we call the Balkans. And the ideal scenario is you have a Balkan Kizilbash. You have some kind of indigenous, maybe the Albanian Bektashis should have led this movement for a kind of pan-Balkan liberation from the Ottoman Empire that preserves the foundations of an integral, unified state. And maybe Albania should have been the center. I think Albania could have been a big power, and Albania should have been the imperial capital of the Balkans, led by the Bektashi synthesis, you know? And that should have been maybe a Shia Bektashi, because the Bektashis were also profoundly Shia. Enver Hoxha was a Shia, by the way. And then that would have been very harmonious with the Serbian Orthodox Church, because it would not have been the rigid kind of form of Ottoman Sunni Islam versus Orthodoxy. You now have this more interesting syncretic Bektashi Shia current, which is already very much sympathetic and similar to Christianity in a lot of ways. So that's what I believe in. I believe in the solution to the Balkan conflict should have been Albanian-led. You know, maybe Kosovo could be the capital of this empire. And it should encompass the Balkans, and that would be quite nice. That would have been how Yugoslavia could have existed, but it could have worked. What about Ceausescu in Romania? Romania has a rich history of the Kingdom of Romania for a very long time. Romania, although it was at one point part of the Ottoman Empire, Romania did develop its own independent, distinct kind of nation than just some kind of province of the Ottomans. So I think that Romania was only independent in 1878. No, but there's a long history of the Kingdom of Romania, was there not? Yes, it... Or was it not a long history? My bad. No, there was Moldavia and Wallachia. Okay, Wallachia. Wait, am I wrong? No, that was the 1800s. First Romanian state. What? It was that early? Wallachia... No, yes, Wallachia did exist. The Principality of Wallachia. I am correct. Principality of Wallachia. Okay, it existed for a very long time. It was a tributary state of the Ottomans, correct, but there were sufficient foundations for Romania. I think Romanian socialism is possible without having to merge with surrounding states, perhaps. Romania is big enough. What can I say? Not in size, not in population, not in territory, but in the depth of... In a way, it's like Romania has just as much... Maybe this is too far. It's like, in the same way you could say maybe Germany could have had its own communist... Big Germany, not just East Germany. Like, East and West Germany reunified into a communist state. It's like Romania is on similar category to me. Romania is unique enough to not be absorbed into some kind of other thing. But maybe it could be like a part of a federation, a Balkan federation, maybe, but definitely not as a small peripheral state. I do like Romania, by the way. I've always liked Romania. You know that Romania wasn't more... Ceausescu was better than what Romania has now. And it was a much better foundation for Romania to go forward under Ceausescu. That's the truth. What do you think of Ataturk? Ataturk led the War of Independence of the Turkish nation against foreign colonial powers. And for this reason, he was the national hero and leader of the Turkish Republican tradition. Whatever else you have to say about Ataturk, that's the premise. Ceausescu wasn't Marxist, though. Okay, who's a Marxist then? Go ahead, tell me. Tell me who a Marxist is. Go ahead, he's not a Marxist. Tell me who the Marxist is. Go ahead, tell me who the real Marxist is. He's not a Marxist. Okay, who's the real Marxist? Can you come back to reality? You're not a Marxist, in my eyes, unless you're infra-woke. So I don't even want to hear this nonsense from you, this LARP. Aren't you supposed to be Marxist? Yeah, but I know what that word actually means. I know what is the appropriate setting to disqualify someone from being associated with Marxism. Of course, there's a proximity between Romania under Ceausescu and Marxism that is functional and ingrained in the very logic of the state power and the sovereignty. It's like, what are you even talking about? Have I read Reza? No, I've never read Reza Nagarstani. Of course not. I've never read him. I never even know who that is. Definitely not. LMAO, imagine caping for the ACP. But I'm the chairman of the ACP. It's like, what are we talking? I'm literally the chairman of the ACP. I've fallen off so badly that this random person just thinks I'm like some fan of the ACP. That's how badly I've fallen off. That's what I'm saying. We need the infrared revival. It's like this random person thinks I'm just a fan of the ACP. They have no knowledge of the fact I'm literally the chairman of the ACP. Imagine caping. What? I literally helped found the ACP. I was at the plenary committee. I was in the Discord that made the logo a year before. It's like I was there. You got to log off now. No, I'm not gonna. We'll do one more debate and then we'll put a cap on the stream. Don't tell people that, it's embarrassing. Okay, Alfie. Why is it embarrassing, Alfie? The wickedest witch. What is your problem? 15,000 followers. Wow. Someone famous is in the chat. He's going to say that Lenin was... No, I would never say that, actually. I don't gatekeep Marxism with nothing to show for it. That's the point. Alfie, what's going on? What's the problem?
Hello. I think the issue is that the ACP, from like the people I've interacted with and what I've seen, is that you're class reductionist. So that's embarrassing for you.
What do you mean by that?
Like you think that class, when it comes to the economic system, is the most important system of oppression, and you don't highlight the other ways that like intersectionality and stuff affects and impacts people. And so that becomes an issue.
Why?
Because it's not only an incomplete analysis of people's material realities, but it like also you try to align with people that are like literally MAGA because, oh, you know, well, they're just downtrodden working class people and they don't understand that they, you know, being fascist and stuff like that. And it's just like, what?
So what is oppression for you? What does that mean?
What does oppression mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's any sort of system or power structure that disenfranchises people.
What do you mean disenfranchise?
It removes access, either political or social power.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I think that's an interesting way of looking at oppression. And it's probably not one I would even disagree with. What does it look like for you to be disenfranchised from power?
To not have access to the same social, political power that other people have.
What about opportunity?
Well, I mean, opportunity would be part of social and political power.
What about access to rising up into the most elite institutions of the nation that you're in?
That would also be social power.
Oh, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Who is more disenfranchised from being able to do that? Someone who lives in a deindustrial town in Appalachia, rural Appalachia, or or a person of color, transgender, who lives in Brooklyn, whose parents went to Ivy League school? Who's more disenfranchised from having access to the most elite institutions that rule the nation?
They both are for different reasons.
No, who's more, though? Who's more disenfranchised, objectively?
I would say whoever the person... Well, I mean, it's contextual. So, like, if you have, like, an Appalachian...
I think if you're a person of color who's transgender, but your parents went to an Ivy League school and you come from wealth, I think you're not disenfranchised at all from having access to the most elite institutions that rule our society.
You know that there are like black people who literally got arrested trying to go into their own homes, right? Because they were wealthy, but people didn't think they were wealthy because they were black. Okay. So that's not like...
I would say that black people do suffer more harassment as a consequence of their physical characteristics and their racial background than white people do. I have no problem
Yeah,
saying
and that's
that.
disenfranchisement. When you can literally be part of the wealthy
What is
elite
a more
class and
fundamental
get
form?
unalived.
Okay, but what's a more fundamental form of disenfranchisement? Being harassed because of how you look, or being gate kept out of the most elite institutions that define opportunity economically, politically, and culturally within the nation that you live in?
It's more disenfranchising to have the baseline assumption that because of your skin color, you could not be part of an elite class than it is to like.
Then, but you are part of that elite class. It's just that sometimes people assume you're not. You think that's more
No, it
oppressive than somebody who is locked out and gate
skin
kept out of
color.
power for their whole life?
Because of your skin color, the base assumption is that you are not only not part of the elite class,
Mhm.
but that you are a part of a class built for exploitation.
Yeah,
That is
but
disenfranchisement.
But you want to know what your perspective of intersectionality is actually relevant for? You are creating the guidebook and the manual for the bourgeoisie to be more tolerant of itself, so that when the rich people go to the country club and there's a black person, they could say, okay, we're going to learn to be less discriminatory toward our fellow bourgeois who may have come from a different race or a different sexuality. But when you're talking about the fundamental structure of oppression, we have to talk about how a system of gatekeeping is continually reproduced that locks out the people that live in the periphery within this country from having any access whatsoever to the center of power. And that's a more fundamental form of oppression than the cultural forms of harassment and misunderstanding that exist within the bourgeoisie.
No, it
If you're
isn't,
already in
because
the
I'm not.
bourgeoisie, you can be harassed for sure because of your origins or where you came from, but you're already in. You made it in. Now there's complications and there's things that make you feel more discriminated against more and so on. But you're in the bourgeoisie. You're not being oppressed. You're
Yeah,
being
that's not true.
misunderstood. And the
Yeah,
words
that's
of
not true. Wealth does not protect Black people from systemic anti-Blackness and systemic
no,
racism.
absolutely. It doesn't protect them from misunderstandings. Not at all.
It has nothing to do with
there's a difference between
misunderstanding.
oppression
There
and a
are
misunderstanding.
embedded. Hold on. It has nothing to do with misunderstandings. There are systemic embedded
Really? It's not a
oppression.
misunderstanding? Why is it then when the white bourgeoisie, when the white liberal bourgeoisie is brought more into proximity with the answer to the racism is always dialogue and understanding. When the white liberal bourgeoisie realizes that the black liberal bourgeoisie is the same as them, we all are similar, we talk similar, we have a similar level of education, we have a similar set of values, they're like, oh my God, we've just defeated racism. We've come to this understanding with each other that we're actually the same. It's just our skin color is different. That's the MO of how the bourgeoisie deals with racism. It's just a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with addressing any kind of real oppression. Nothing at all.
Okay, so first off, that's
because the
not
black bourgeoisie is not oppressed.
The black bourgeoisie is still oppressed, and
Absolutely,
I'm not here to argue.
It's subjected.
I'm not here to argue for the black bourgeoisie. I'm talking about these structures as a whole.
No, but
I'm
that's
not
what's
talking about
decisive for the argument about
specifically.
intersectionality. The only thing that would make intersectionality decisive is if you're going to make the case to me that the black or transgender or person of color or disabled bourgeoisie is on a same dimension of oppression as the working class of this nation.
Yeah, they are because
but they're not. But they're really
they are
not.
though. Like transgender people are literally experiencing a cultural genocide and a social genocide happening currently in America.
That
so
is
what
a
are you
form
talking about?
of bourgeois and petty bourgeois narcissism and delusion. You want to know what real genocide looks like? Living in a deindustrial town that nobody cares about, where basic roads are not being fixed, where there's no water, there's no infrastructure, and people are just, they have no access to healthcare and they're just dying off out of negligence.
Transgender people's access to healthcare is being taken away. What are you talking about?
Okay, no, but by that you mean children, correct?
No, I'm talking about adults. There's literally states that are outlawing transgender people being able to get medical care for their transition.
Which state is preventing adults from having medical tools to change their gender identity? Which states are doing that?
Yeah, there's multiple like Republican states. I don't have a list of them all up in front of me.
Can you name one?
I think Florida is one of them.
Okay, so in Florida, being a transgender who wants to have access to some kind of pharmaceutical products that help them change their appearance or something, that's illegal now in Florida?
They have restricted a lot of, like, they fired somebody recently just for being transgender, or they thought they were transgender and they were actually intersex.
Okay, so you're claiming that it's illegal to be transgender in Florida, effectively.
Yeah, there's definitely job discrimination. They can have their job.
All I can
taken
tell you
away.
is you're delusional. You live in a world that's not the reality.
That's
we
not
live in.
delusional. Somebody literally
it's
came on the internet
absolutely-
talking
it's
about how
just
they were
delusion.
fired for being intersex because they thought they were transgender.
But that's, even if that was true, even if someone was fired,
It is
because,
true. It's not an even if that was true. It's literally true.
Okay, but then they can literally take it to court and file civil rights suit.
No, they cannot.
Yes, they
because
can. It's
Trump has
upheld by the
eroded-
Supreme Court. You can
No,
take it to
because
court
Trump
and
has eroded people's Civil Rights Act. That was like one of the most recent things that
hold on,
happened.
the Civil Rights Act has been revoked, really?
I said it was eroded, which again, if
In
you
what
have
way?
an understanding
If
of
you are
political-
fired because you're a transgender, you can actually take that to court and file suit on the basis of civil rights laws.
Yeah, but we have a Supreme Court that's a majority conservative. They've made like multiple decisions that eroded civil rights. They just most recently
Yeah, but a lot of
eroded
this
the
is
Civil Rights
coded
Act
into
and said
law.
that-
A lot of this isn't just Supreme Court precedent. It's coded into law. We still have a Civil Rights
It's
Act.
not, but the Supreme Court interprets what the law is. What are you talking about? The Supreme Court gets to sit here and be like, oh, this law cannot be applied in this way, or this law does not fit with what. They are the ones that are adjudicating what the law can be applied as.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're
And they
claiming...
just most recently eroded the Civil Rights Act, which was talking about how like black people had access to voting power. They literally said, oh, it doesn't matter if black people are
Even if I
underrepresented
were...
in their
So you're
district.
completely wrong and you make all this up. But even if I were...
I'm not.
Yeah, you just made it up. Nobody
I am actually
nobody
not.
can legally be fired on the basis of their intrinsic or gender identity or any of that kind of stuff. It's not legal in the United States.
I'm not
But
saying that
even
it's
if I were
legal.
to concede this fantasy to you for the purposes of moving the argument forward, even if I were to agree to this fantasy, which has no basis in reality, the only
does.
possible circumstance in which I could say that it was a form of oppression that a transgender person got fired because they're transgender is if it's also primarily because they're a worker, they're a proletarian, where if they're fired from their job, then they're fired from their livelihood and they have no way to actually make a living. Because workers are people who depend on their work. They depend on their jobs. Not depend on their job to have more of a comfortable living and comfortable high status. I'm not talking about a job on the NBA or something. I'm talking about a basic ability to support yourself and have some kind of wage to get by. So the fundamental factor in that would be if they're a worker or if they're a proletarian. It would have nothing to do with the fact that they're somehow, just because they're transgender. A transgender trillionaire
It does
or billionaire,
actually, yeah.
a transgender millionaire like ContraPoints can on no level, on any dimension, be said to be oppressed.
ContraPoints is not a trillionaire, you idiot.
I said a millionaire. A millionaire like ContraPoints at no level whatsoever can be said to occupy any dimension of oppression that is shared with a worker. None at all.
I don't think she's a millionaire. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure she's not a millionaire either. But
You think
as far
ContraPoints
as-
isn't worth millions of dollars, really?
I don't. I really don't. But I could be wrong. I just maybe like 1 million or 2
You're
million.
absolutely
I don't
wrong.
think that
You're absolutely wrong.
she's like she's a popular YouTuber, but I don't think she's like that
Okay.
wealthy.
So
Anyway,
intersectionality is gibberish and nonsense. There's not a single example
has
you
nothing
could
to do with the
cite
point, though,
of
what I was making.
non-workers and non-proletarians being oppressed in this nation.
Intersectionality would bring into fact that when it comes to the majority that trans people are unfortunately homeless. So if you're talking about working
Okay.
class people and you're talking about people being disenfranchised, certain minorities are
I
more
hate
disenfranchised than other
I hate to
people.
drop the brutal truth bomb of Marxism, which is ruthless and cold and really doesn't care about feelings and sentiment. But according to the Marxist framework, those would just be lumpen.
What?
Marxists would classify those people you're talking about as lumpen.
And what are you using that term to describe?
They're not proletarians, they're lumpen. Lumpen could be poorer, they could live a worse life, they could have a harder time getting by, but Marxism doesn't recognize their oppression as, you know, the proletarian class struggle. They regard lumpen as a reactionary class.
Yeah, and that's stupid.
But that's
if you're
Marxism.
telling me, if you're supposed to, if
talking
you're
to the
telling me that
chairman
you're
of the Communist
pro-worker,
Party, and the Communist
that's
Party.
the stupidest thing I've heard. If you're telling me that you are supposedly pro-worker,
Take it up with Karl Marx.
but I mean, I don't take anything up with Karl Marx because I don't have to listen to a dead guy who died over 200 years ago and act like.
But I do listen to the dead guy. I honor my forefathers.
And act like what
I honor my ancestors. I do listen to the dead guy.
He was also wealthy. It's really stupid to sit here and talk about.
He wasn't, but even if he was, I still listen to the dead guy.
You listen to the bourgeois guy that lived a life of privilege and had enough time to sit around and speculate on
literally had
wealth
several
and
children
privilege,
die from poverty, from childbirth. He was bourgeois and privileged, right? That's complete nonsense. Marx, who was chased out of Germany and had to find refuge in London because he couldn't even go back to his homeland.
Why was that? Why was he chased out of Germany?
Because he stood up for poor German peasants who were taking wood from a forest, which they had done for 1,000 years. When the branches of a tree would fall off, they would take it home to light their fire so they don't freeze to death in the winter. Marx kept fighting for these common people, and it got to a point where he was targeted in the crosshairs of the disgusting German aristocracy, which was also practicing LGBT sexuality, by the way, but I guess they're oppressed according to you. They chased him out for defending the common man, and he had to go to London to find refuge because everything he had in his life, he devoted to the oppressed, the real oppressed people in the land that he came from. And he was punished for it. And he lived a life of poverty for the rest of his life.
Okay, but he still had wealth at one point. So it's still like a...
When did he have wealth, by the way? Where are you getting this from? When did he have wealth?
He owned a factory.
Karl Marx owned a factory, really?
Yeah, I'm like...
Okay.
Unless I'm getting confused with
one
other...
getting confused. You're talking about Frederick Engels.
Oh, Engels was
who's a based man who deserved that factory and more factories. I wish he owned more I wish he owned all the factories and was the dictator of all Europe. I wish he owned everything as like an Asiatic despot, like an Oriental despot, like the Sultan of all of Europe. He owned everything. I wish he enslaved Europe and he owned everyone in Europe. He would have been benevolent.
Yeah, and this is why y'all are corny, because that's what I'm saying. You cannot actually believe in liberation for people if you think that enslavement of others is okay, if you think that they're dictatorships are okay.
If Engels enslaved all of Europe, but everyone is equally a slave, and everyone is equally, and it's not private, they're not being traded on the market, then hypothetically speaking, that could be a greater form of liberation for them.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Being a slave can never be liberation. What are you talking about?
A slave.
You sound like a Christian
if
saying,
you're a slave to Allah,
God isn't actually
they call
slavery.
Abdullah a slave to Allah. Slave to necessity is the freedom. Freedom is insight into necessity. Freedom is not the freedom to frolic around arbitrarily with your arms flapping. Freedom is to be a slave to necessity, like Abdullah, slave to Allah. Slave to communism. Okay. Slave to communism. Slave to revolution. Slave to necessity.
Okay, so you're a Muslim.
Same thing as Marxism.
Marxism and Muslim is not the same thing.
It's exactly the same thing.
It's actually not.
Karl Marx was called the Moor. You know what the Moors were? They were Muslims. You don't know anything. When Karl Marx went to Algeria, he said the Algerians were already ready. They were already communists. They know no class distinctions. And they're ready for the revolution.
It doesn't mean that they were Marxists.
Marx said they didn't even need Marxism because they were already enlightened.
Sure. I think that it's really interesting that you have such a disregard for, because there's no way that you can engage with black leftist thought. There's no way that you can engage with people
I can engage with Louis Farrakhan. I can engage with the Nation of Islam. I can engage.
Farrakhan, what?
I've talked and spoken
that
with.
That dude is like an anti-Semitic. What are you talking about? Piece of
shit.
Oh God.
Best. I can talk to Farrakhan. I talked to Tariq Nasheed already. There's plenty of black leaders I can talk to. I just can't talk to the people who think that a black worker living in the ghetto is on the same dimension of oppression as ContraPoints. I just can't talk to those people.
Yeah, I never said that they were.
Yeah, you
That's
did.
the
You said a
entire
black
point of
proletarian.
intersectionality.
You said a black
I
person in
never
the
said
hood
that
who
they
has
were.
no
That's the
educational
entire point of
opportunities.
intersectionality.
You said in a black person in a Detroit neighborhood who will never have any access to any power, any privilege or nothing, who lives on the street, who's neglected, who's considered nothing by our society. You're saying that there's a dimension, a nexus of oppression that he shares with ContraPoints. That's your delusional worldview.
I did not
reject
say
it.
that. I didn't say that though.
But that's what intersectionality says.
No, it does not.
Where does
It does not say that at
ContraPoints
all.
intersect with a Detroit black youth who has no opportunity to have a future? Where does she intersect with him? Tell
That's
me.
not what intersectionality means.
A
And it's very
straight heterosexual black young man. How is he an oppressor to ContraPoints? Can you explain that? Because according to intersectionality, a heterosexual straight black man is an oppressor of ContraPoints. That's what you
No.
think. Yes, you
That is
you
not-
think there's a dimension in which
How
it
are
could
you going
be.
to tell me what I
You
think,
believe
sir?
there's a
How are you
dimension
going to
in
tell
which
me
it
what I
could be
think? Why don't you
said.
ask me what I think?
You
How are
think
you going
there's
to
a
tell me what I
okay?
think?
Is there any dimension in which it could be said that a black man oppresses ContraPoints?
I think that when it comes to gender specifically, gender dynamics,
It's a yes or no.
that a black like cis het person would have the privilege of being considered normal in society, but that doesn't
Okay.
mean like she would have more power in the situation because she's white.
Okay, but is there any nexus of oppression or dimension in which you could say the black man oppresses ContraPoints?
Well, she has more privilege because she's a white woman.
Okay, but
So
is there
that
any
trumps
sense
other
in which
areas
the
of
black guy is
privilege.
oppressing her?
What?
Is there any dimension in which the black poor man is oppressing her?
If they were in a relationship or something and he was like an abusive spouse, that could be like a form of oppression because there's
But
gendered
this
violence.
is a straight man, cis hetero, straight black man who lives in the ghetto. You're saying that he even occupies a similar the same nexus, not the same oppression, not the same road of oppression, but there can be said to be an intersection between his condition and that of ContraPoints at some
Yeah, that's
level.
not what intersectionality
But what does
means. You
intersectionality mean
fundamentally
then?
don't understand what intersectionality
Okay, what does it
means.
mean then? What is,
Intersectionality means that
where's
people
the
have
intersection
overlapping
that
identities.
Okay, where's
And
the
so because
intersection
they-
that ContraPoints and the black guy meet at who lives in the
Excuse
ghetto?
me, that's not what intersectionality means. Like you just keep using the word wrong.
Where's the
Intersectionality is not saying that there is some intersection that her and that man share.
Okay.
It means that there are overlapping identities, and where those overlapping identities
Yeah, where?
meet, people have.
Why are you disembodying an identity from real people? What's the disembodying abstraction?
Why are
that
you
just-
talking gibberish? Why are you talking gibberish?
How can you
Because I'm being
disembody
very
the
clear with my
identity from
words.
real people?
You're speaking gibberish, sir.
No, you're saying the identities intersect, but the people don't? What are you talking about?
It's not talking about. It's not talking about. It's talking about the identities that an individual person holds. The intersection is within
Do these
themselves,
identities
not other
exist
people.
somewhere separate from the individuals? Where do they
The
exist?
intersection is not with other people; it's with themselves.
Oh, so he internally is intersecting with ContraPoints? What's going on?
No, it's he has multiple identities that intersect with each
He
other.
has
His
multiple
own
identities.
intersect.
Go tell him he has multiple identities. I think they'll laugh at you if you say that. I think most
Okay.
people have
Yeah,
one
you're-
identity. It's
You're
called their name.
anti-intellectual.
People have one identity. It's called my name. This is me. I am. It's who I am. I walk with
That's
this. I
stupid.
carry
That's
this.
actually
This
not
is
true.
who I am and what I am. I guarantee you, go to Detroit, talk to
Are you a
black.
communist, sir?
I am one person. I have one name.
No, are you a communist?
Yes, I am. Absolutely.
Okay, you're a communist. Then that automatically is an identity, you idiot.
It's not an identity.
You have your name,
It's not an
which is an
identity.
identity.
It's not
Communist
an identity.
is an identity.
A communist
An
is
ist
just
an
a way.
identity.
That's just a way of describing me, Haas. I am a communist.
That's
it's
an
part of what I
identity,
am.
you idiot.
No, it's not. It's part of what I am.
Yes, it is. A way of describing yourself.
Where's
is something
the
you
communist
identify with.
identity
It is an
exist?
identity.
Okay, then the communist identity has to exist somewhere separate from me. Where does it exist in my world?
It exists in your mind, a part of your psyche. It is it's a social
Where,
identity.
what is the mind? Somewhere in my mind, what is that? What is that materially? Because it doesn't mean nothing if you're not walking the walk. It don't mean nothing if it's not
It
material.
doesn't matter.
Anyone
It doesn't
can have
matter
anything in
whether
their
or not
mind. That
you
doesn't
live
mean
up
it's
to the
real.
identity or not. If the fact is it is
Phantoms-
an identity. You tried to claim that people can't have identities outside of their names.
Alfie, I want to congratulate you for proving that intersectionality is rooted in bourgeois idealism. Solipsism.
Yeah, I want to
of the mind.
congratulate you for being an idiot, and you're not even. You don't understand the terms that you're disparaging.
Idealism. So ContraPoints, because in her mind she's oppressed like a poor black guy in the hood. Congratulations, it's nonsense.
Yeah, never said that. You can't engage with what I'm actually saying, so you have to keep putting words.
A black worker in the hood who commutes to the factory every day, one of the automobile plants and factories that's, by the way, one of the more privileged positions, but nonetheless, you're saying that guy somehow in the mind of identities, where identities, because they exist in the mind, somehow in his mind, there's an astral plane where his identity intersects with that of ContraPoints.
I did not say that. I've told you multiple times that's not what I've said.
That's just idealistic.
Intersectionality has nothing to do with intersectionality is about intersecting identities within one person. It's not saying my identity intersects with another person. That's not what it's saying. You are fundamentally
according to you, every single person has a cocktail of identities that all intersect with each other, right?
Every person has multiple social identities, and those identities interact with each other.
Let's work with that then. Does that mean we can compare people then? Like this, can we say one person based on this intersectional formula is more oppressed than another person?
It would mean that in certain circumstances, some people have privilege over other people.
As in general, when you weigh everything out and you do the fucking math, whatever it is.
It's not like math. It's not saying like, oh.
Absolutely, it's a calculation. It's absolutely a calculation.
It isn't.
No, what you're saying is there are unlimitedly different contexts in which somebody could say, pay me on Patreon because you oppress me, because you owe me, because you oppressed me, because of a microaggression. This is just either
you have to keep strawmanning the argument because you're wrong. If you were actually right, you would be able to engage with what I'm actually saying. Because
I'm
notice
engaging
how when
with
I
it.
make a statement,
why would we entertain some
what
nonsense that only exists in people's head? You have to be able to compare social segments of the population in meaningful ways for it to be politically relevant. If this stuff only exists in people's heads and is some kind of, oh, I'm oppressed in XYZ
it doesn't only exist.
Who
in
is
people's
oppressing
heads.
you? So are we all just
okay?
Let me ask a question. Are you saying that we're all just like oppressing each other in different ways based on the context?
No, I'm saying that
because you said that ContraPoints in general could never be said to oppress a black guy in the hood or something, right? Or you said the black guy in the hood in no context could be said to ever oppress ContraPoints if he's not in a relationship with them or abusing them, because ContraPoints is white, and therefore ContraPoints has more privilege and is more of an oppressor, right? So you are comparing people, not just in a certain context, but overall, right? You are doing that.
Okay, so there's multiple statements that you're making. So you make multiple statements, and there's like I have to go back and address which ones are incorrect. So when it comes to like intersectionality is not like some like tally system where it's like, oh, you put in these inputs.
Okay.
And
so it begs the question again. Can the guy
we talk about the fact that there are intersecting identities, and those intersecting identities have a material impact on people's lived realities. Those lived realities may have worse.
And therefore what? How do we liberate these people, and from who?
By dismantling the systems of oppression that are controlling
Tell me
them.
the action. What does the action look like?
It depends on what system you're talking about.
Okay.
If you're talking about things like patriarchy, it's by like women's liberation. It's about like
what does that mean?
Like the removal of like sexist stereotypes.
You're just talking about
more equity
every time I press you on it, you're just talking about the elimination of more abstractions. What does that look like concretely?
Concretely, it looks like making sure that women have equal power within their like workforce.
What does that
making sure
mean?
that women are more represented within them, so that
so more representation
more
in the
women
bourgeois
leaders.
more bourgeois institutional representation.
No, not even about like bourgeois.
What else? Tell me what else.
In like the common workplace.
Okay, more affirmative action for women. What else?
Medical justice. So like people who making sure that women are adequately represented within medical studies and the field of medicine, so that way they can get.
Okay, so I'm just going to collapse that under representation. Anything else?
That's not just representation, though. Like, we literally don't study women's bodies.
What about in Hollywood movies?
More
More women superheroes? Is that one of the ones? Or video games or
Okay.
something?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about representation. I'm saying that,
Because
like,
there's different.
within
All right, what about
within
something other than
medicine, we don't
representation?
study we study male bodies mostly,
Okay.
and the way medicines work on male bodies, we don't do enough studying on women's bodies to know how it affects them. That's like a
Okay.
concrete material effect that has.
Okay,
It has
anything else
nothing to do with
besides
representation.
representation?
What?
Is there anything besides representation that we could talk about looks like liberation?
Yeah, I mean, there's things like reproductive justice, making sure that people have access to
So
reproductive
unlimited
health
abortions
care.
at any stage of pregnancy, right?
Okay, notice how I didn't say that. I said reproductive justice, so making sure people have autonomy over their
Yeah,
bodies, that
so
they're not.
abortions at any stage of pregnancy.
Are you like, I don't get what you're saying. Are you trying to like ask me if that's my position, or what do you?
Yeah, is that your position, or what does that mean? Because I'm trying to understand concretely what it means.
I think that
Because I'm pretty sure almost every state, with I think there's some states where it's very extreme because of the Supreme Court thing, but in the prior ruling, you had Oregon where they said they allowed it until 8 months. So, you know, if you go to Europe or other countries, there's like a, you know, by 3 months, you know, or the trimester or whatever, they have a kind of, they do restrict it at some point in the pregnancy where they say, no, you can't do it unless it's threatening your life or something. So, like, what for you is the limit on abortion, or is there no limit? And that's oppression if there's a limit.
I mean, I personally don't feel like there's any point where you can control someone's body. I don't
Understood.
think that.
So abortion at any stage, and unlimited abortions at any stage of pregnancy. That's what it means to liberate women, according to you, correct?
I think that. Well, I mean, you're talking about labor, forcing someone to carry a pregnancy.
I'm asking you to answer the question. You believe in 9-month abortions potentially?
I think that a 9-month abortion would look very different than an abortion at like a 1 week or 2 weeks or whatever.
You think 7-week abortion or 7-month abortion is okay? Just for whatever reason. It's like, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm saying I think that later term abortions would look a lot differently than what people are trying to act like it would. It would just be like inducing like labor.
What would it look like?
Inducing labor.
You think at every point at 7 months it's safe for labor to be induced?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so in that case where it's not safe for the baby, then you're just saying liberation means abortion at any point of pregnancy, correct?
You can't force someone into labor with their body when it comes to
okay, but that's not what I'm asking. So therefore, you believe liberation means unlimited abortion at any time in pregnancy, correct?
I think that it means having
you won't answer
control
it
over
directly.
your reproductive labor.
Okay, so that's what you mean. So we have representation.
I think it means having complete control over your reproductive labor. Which, if you're advocating for worker rights, you would advocate
in
for
one
the
of the
fact that nobody can
prongs
force
in
you
one
into
of
reproductive
these
labor.
in one of these roads of intersectionality, which is women's liberation. I asked you, what does liberation mean? You said representation and unlimited abortions at any time. What else?
If we're talking about women's liberation specifically, people having like access to, well, I mean, there's like deeper cultural things that we would have to unlearn about, like
let's talk about
the way that we view women's bodies and the way that we socialize women's.
Change our view, change our subjective point of view, right? How do we do that, by the way?
Change the societal expectations that we place upon women.
How do we affect societal expectations? Tell me.
Through education, bias training, all that stuff.
Bias training. Okay, we're going somewhere. What does that look like? What does the training look like, or the education? What is that?
Yeah, it would be first off the removal of anti-woman bias within like education to begin with. So
we're just gonna like, okay, I'm gonna fit that in representation because all we're gonna do is change.
That's
language.
not representation.
Okay, we're just gonna change.
That's a completely different thing.
We're gonna
That's
just like
education.
change how we talk about things and change how things are written down. Correct. So that would be the third thing. We just change. We just change how we talk about and write things down. What else?
I mean, there's more specific ones, like creating legislation around the protection of, women when it comes to things like violence, femicide, things like that.
Okay, I didn't know femicide was legal, but if it's legal, then I'm all for making that illegal.
I didn't say it was legal, but there's still not proper like legislation around.
What if a woman wants to get an abortion because she doesn't want to give birth to a girl? Should that be restricted? Because I feel like there's an intersectional jurisdictional problem in that case.
Someone can get an abortion for a reason that might not be.
Okay, well, so we don't touch the abortion thing. Got it. So what do you mean by what? Okay, so laws. So femicide's already illegal. So how do you want to make it more illegal?
Because it's not treated like a hate crime. For instance, it's like when it comes to
classify femicide as a hate crime. Okay, anything else?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes.
It's like you kill a baby, you're going to jail for life, or you're getting the electric chair or something. But let's just also say it's a hate crime, just so we feel better about, how we've classified.
It's not treated the same. Again, men commit violence against women in relationships all the time.
You're saying if someone murders a baby,
murder.
Hold on, you're saying if someone murders a baby and the baby's a woman, they get away with it, or it's a light sentence or something? Is that what you mean?
Men commit domestic violence against women all the time, and a lot of times it's an act of hatred against women, and it's not treated as an act of hatred against women.
But we were talking about femicide. We were talking about femicide and not domestic violence.
I use femicide as an example, but violence against women is not just femicide.
I agree. We need to crack down on domestic violence.
Gendered violence specifically is something that has to be addressed.
What would be the enforcing mechanism?
Violence.
Because that would mean we arrest more people and throw them in jail.
Well, I mean, I'm an advocate for a restorative system of justice. So it's not just about.
So how do you punish the people that are abusing women if you don't want to use a heavy hand doing it? How do you do that? What do we? So how do we do that?
It's not saying that people don't receive punishment for their things. It's that the ultimate goal is not locking someone away for the rest of their life.
So why even talk about it if you don't want to do anything?
Why do you keep interrupting me when you ask me a question? If you ask a question, you have to listen for the answer.
Finish, please.
So when we're talking about like making things illegal, it's not just saying, oh, take this person, lock them up and throw them away. The ultimate goal of it would be to rehabilitate this person into a productive worker in society. So you would be creating systems of education, rehabilitation, integrating both psychology and other, social systems.
It'd have to be, there's a lot of these women abusers it's a very widespread problem. So you have to round these people up and put them in camps.
No.
Millions.
You would be creating stronger social systems, things like what is it called, like rehabilitation centers and
you
stuff.
talked about you want more laws that create more classifications of crime. You want more of a criminal, acknowledgement of crime, and you want a stronger punitive apparatus for the enforcement of justice. But now you're saying, no, I want more restorative nonsense, liberal nonsense. Tell me what it is you seek to do to liberate women. You want to put men in interpretive dance classes for beating women? Is that your solution to the problem of domestic violence?
Once again, you're doing a straw man. Because again, nobody said here that interpretive dance is rehabilitation.
What is the rehabilitation?
Rehabilitation would look like someone not necessarily having access to the public life. So there would still be some type of like imprisonment or separation from the general public while they are still dangerous, while also having intensive therapy, psychological evaluation,
things like that, and also psychological evaluation. Intense therapy and psychological evaluation.
Aside with community service and other ways of giving back to the community while they're healing.
And how would you enforce this, or are you saying it'd be voluntary?
Through the judicial system.
How would you enforce it? Who would be enforcing it, and how? And with what?
The same.
So cops.
System, just like
so the police.
Now.
So the police. So you want to expand police powers. You want to expand
in a world where we were implementing these things. No, without a police system.
Who's going to do it then?
I mean, we would have some sort of authority system that's not like structured the way that the police are.
So how does liberation happen when there's all these terms and conditions where everything has to be right or else it's nothing? Right? So, like, how is liberation even possible? Let me ask that question. How is it even possible if everything has to be right? Because you told me to liberate women, which is one of the prongs that we haven't even talked about, the trans liberation. You told me to liberate women. We have to deal with domestic violence. I agree. You said we need to classify it as a hate crime. Maybe I'm not against it. But now you're saying, but to actually enforce the consequences of the crime, we're not going to have police. We're going to have some hypothetical something that doesn't exist. So what?
Well, I mean, you were asking me about what, like, how I would do it, or what.
No, I'm asking you what would constitute liberation.
Well, if we're talking about women's liberation specifically, that could exist within the prison system being how as it is now.
Okay.
However, I'm just against
Just
the prison
say
system
you want
as
to
it is
fill the
now.
prisons with more people, and you want the police to be funded more so that they could round more people up to put them in
Well,
prison.
yeah, I'm against the current.
It doesn't matter. This is what you want to liberate women.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Again, you're
So
trying to like
so
straw man the
nothing?
point.
What's the solution then? So nothing?
The solution is we should be doing these things in tandem. We should be trying to liberate women while also reforming our judicial system, because our judicial system
How do
is
we do that?
flawed
How do you
and
do that?
biased against certain groups of people.
Okay. How do you do that?
Through advocacy work, through legislation, through
More
removal
laws.
of
More laws. Legislation means lawmaking. So we're going to have more
Yeah.
laws. Who's enforcing the laws?
the judicial system.
The police. In the end of the day, with a gun. The police who have a gun.
No,
That's what you're talking. That's the only thing that's all it is.
You-
It's a
the
cop with
police
a
are not
gun.
the only people who
There's no
enforce laws.
judicial system if there's no
Judges
cop with a
enforce
gun.
laws. What
Nobody
are you
will
talking
follow.
about?
You think Americans will follow laws if there's no cop with a gun?
Did you like judges enforce laws? What are you talking
What is the
about?
judge? He's gonna have he's gonna go to people's houses with his gavel, his little hammer. How is he gonna make it happen? How is he gonna enforce it?
You can have an authority figure that's in charge of.
Why would anyone in
protecting
America?
the
Why is
public. It
anyone
does not
listening?
have to be the policing system as it currently exists.
Tell me why Americans now would listen to an authority figure they don't fear.
Because that person has the ability to be able to like if they've been
Give me
given
one
the
example
power
of
by
such a
the
person.
society, they don't have to fear that person.
Give me one example of such a person.
That's I mean, like your boss. You don't have to fear your boss, but at the same time, your
But
boss.
you do
is
fear him. You absolutely fear your boss because if you don't do what he says, you don't get any money and you're broke. So you do fear your boss. There's a fear.
I
there.
don't think it's normal or healthy for most people to fear their boss. I don't
But
think most
most
people
do.
fear their
Most
boss.
do.
They just have a
Most do.
healthy
Most fear
respect
that
for the
they're-
power that they have.
No, most fear they're going to lose their job.
Well, I mean, maybe you live that way. I don't live that way, so.
Of course, I don't have a boss, so I don't live that way. But the truth is, most people do fear their boss to some extent. It's literally called wage slavery. Have you never heard of it?
I have heard of it
believe,
before.
You don't believe in Marxism, I remember. So, yeah, this is the inherently bourgeois nature of your intersectional worldview. You implicitly treat workplace relationships as free and equal, just like the bourgeoisie does.
I didn't say they were
It's
free and
wholesome.
equal.
It's wholesome. Oh, your boss. That's an I
didn't
respect
say
my
that it
boss.
was
Yeah,
free or
the
equal.
authority is my boss. I respect my boss, of course, because you're a slave of capitalism. Because you're bourgeois. You're bourgeois liberal. You worship.
I'm not bourgeois.
You are a bourgeois liberal.
I'm literally
you are
working class. What are you
no.
talking
You
about?
are a bourgeois liberal.
I'm not.
You have the
I can assure
worldview. You
if
have a
you'd like to look at my
bourgeois
paycheck, I am
worldview.
not a bourgeois.
You have a bourgeois worldview.
I do not.
Yes, you have a politically correct bourgeois worldview. You want to have more bias training, more representation. This is
Yeah, because
liberation
those things
for
are
you.
essential to fixing
Let me,
the core
okay,
problems.
but let me, can I,
Any
I want to give you a wake-up call. The wake-up call is here.
You can't wake me up when you're asleep.
The wake-up call is here, okay? The infra
Yeah,
wake-up
you can't
call.
wake anybody up because you're fully asleep. You are fully asleep to white supremacy. You
To have your
centering
third eye
whiteness
open, to
in
have your third eye open, you need to be asleep.
you
to
centering
the,
whiteness in your worldview
to have
and
your
you
third eye
centering
open,
of
to have your third eye
people
open,
of color and their perspectives.
to have a third eye open,
you're still asleep.
to have a third eye open, you need to be asleep to the falsehood of this disgusting bourgeois world. And I dream of the world of the proletariat. That's how I'm
I
asleep.
do as well.
No,
Again,
I
I'm
don't.
not.
I walk.
I'm also
My
a leftist.
dreams
I just
are
disagree
awake.
with
My
Nas
dream is
bullshit.
awake. Anyway, let me tell you the truth. The truth is very simple. You describe oppression in this meticulous way. We're all represent. This is an insult to people who really do suffer oppression. Because for those who suffer oppression, there is one thing and one thing only that weighs over them. Only one thing. A Palestinian, there's one thing weighing over them, and they wage war on this thing. That thing is the occupation entity. There's no meticulous representation. That's gibberish for people who suffer oppression. For people who suffer oppression, the thing that's oppressing them them is clear and present and in front of them. And they can name it, and they can refer to it, and they can have a plan and an understanding of what needs to be done to overthrow it. They don't have to play 21 questions, naming off all of these meticulous nonsense things like therapy and training in order to understand what's at stake in the liberation of both themselves and the people they live with. What you're describing is not oppression. It's a managerial problem for HR departments to make bourgeois professionals feel more comfortable being in the adult daycares that they're in. That's what you're talking about. Or, God forbid, members of the bourgeoisie in their various disgusting, filthy bourgeois country clubs having a mutual understanding so there's no misunderstandings. So the white guy doesn't misunderstand the fact that the black guy next to him is his fellow class brethren and doesn't mistake him for a filthy proletarian. That's your understanding of oppression. It's not the alleviation of oppression. It's not liberation. What it really is the managerial training of the bourgeoisie to be in more solidarity with each other. It's an insult to people who suffer real oppression, for whom the solution is clear. To destroy the thing oppressing them is the regime.
Yeah,
and all its hegemony. No, it's not an abstraction. It's not a state of mind. It's not a point of view. It's not a certain level of words and a rhythm and tempo of how we communicate and use our language. It's a machine that is clear and present, just like the IDF for a Palestinian. Same thing.
You're oversimplifying it to act as though all oppression is just a beast that you can fight. It's just not true.
Because oppression is simple.
One of the pillars
is simple.
One
because
literal
it's
part,
simple.
a branch of when it comes to like black liberation is called black Afro or like Afro pessimism.
No. There's one word for everything.
Black people,
there's one.
The conceptualization of black people is so embedded into capitalism
pagan. You are
that the
pagan.
removal of capitalism is necessary.
I
to
reject
remove
your
racism.
shaitan polytheism. One only. One Allah. One cause. One struggle. One oppression. One movement. One revolution.
Yeah, no.
Only one. Only one.
No.
I rebuke you, Shaitan. I rebuke your polytheism. I rebuke the polytheism of intersectionality. I rebuke the idol worshippers. I rebuke those who attempt to divide the very clear and present cause in front of us. The struggle laid out by Sheikh, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, the wise Sheikh of our era. They set out the clarity of the direct line, the direct tradition, the direct revolution, the direct struggle. There is only one. One Allah, one movement, one revolution, only one.
Oh God. So anyway, when it comes to oppression, yeah, people can say that like that you. It's easy to say that the oppressor should be very clear, but since the ending of slavery on like a legislative sense, in back in like the 1800s, part of the oppression of black people has been intentionally to make oppression seem as though that like it's not there. It's the gaslighting.
But by the time you finished your sentence, you're finished your sentence, what you just said, by the time that very sentence you uttered was said, anyone who actually has ever experienced even a little bit of oppression in their life has already left the room because they got bored and they were sneezing. They were snoozing off.
Well, I mean, I can
because you're speaking the language of the enemy. You're speaking the language of the bourgeoisie. You have none of the clarity. You have none of the clarity of the actual revolutionary leaders in history. You speak with a level of meticulous meander. You're not a revolutionary, correct? So what are you arguing
revolutionary
with me about?
leader, keyword leader. I'm not trying to lead anybody because it's not my place in this society.
You're not trying to lead anyone. You're not trying to lead anyone. You are actively following the bourgeoisie and shaitan.
Yeah, I'm not following the bourgeoisie.
You are following the shaitan
and I don't believe
bourgeoisie.
in your religions anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
You're following the shaitan bourgeoisie. You do believe in the religion. It's called paganism and idol worship. So. You believe in polytheism, paganism, and idol worship.
I don't actually. But
yes, you do.
Your gods are fake, so it doesn't really matter.
We don't have gods. There's only one.
You literally talking about shaitan.
Shaitan is not a god. He's a trickster, and you following him, and you've been
but if you believe in shaitan, then you have to believe in a god, which is what was the point I was making.
So what? There's one god. There's one cause. There's one.
I don't believe in your god. Your God is not real. Allah is not real.
You can say that. You can say that. It means nothing. That's like saying existence is not real. That's like saying being is not real. That's like saying reality is not real. Okay, you're crazy.
No, I'm not crazy.
That's like saying meaning is not real. If you're saying meaning is unreal, what are you trying
No,
to
your
communicate
God
as
does
you
not
speak?
exist. Your God doesn't exist. Allah doesn't exist. And yeah, it's
If meaning
you're
doesn't exist,
mixing
what are
in
you trying to
politics and
communicate?
religion, and that's why you have
What
the
are you
horrible
trying to
political positions
communicate?
that
If
you
meaning
have.
does not exist, then what are you trying to communicate?
I didn't say that meaning doesn't exist.
So explain the meaningfulness behind intersectionality, because I tried to entertain one of the prongs of intersectionality, which you called women's liberation, which means, and get this, imagine you're an rural Appalachian living in a deindustrialized, devastated town, and this person comes and tells you the key to liberation is that women can have abortions at any period, at any time, without any restriction, for any reason. And the second thing is we're going to have more representation. And the third thing is we're going to have bias training to change how we talk about things. How does that affect reality, though? Where's the reality?
It's very clear that you don't have a very good grasp of people's material reality, because having access to abortion when you're impoverished is actually key to being able to have control over your financial situation.
But abortion's already legal. But abortion's already legal.
Be quiet. It's not legal everywhere. What are you talking about? Literally,
Okay.
that's the whole thing.
If it has gotten to a point,
making it illegal.
Okay,
When you are poor, having not having a baby that you cannot afford puts you more into poverty. Having ability to control your reproductive labor is literally key to being able to have control over your financial state. So yes, poor people in Appalachia would benefit from being able to have access to abortion.
But nobody just said they should have access to abortion. You're saying for it to be liberation, it has to be unlimited, unrestricted abortion at any period, at any time.
For
like
gendered
even
liberation,
8 months,
yes.
even 8 months. Yes,
For gendered liberation, yeah. That's a different conversation, though, than
then
like
you will never be able
class
to make the
liberation.
case to people who are evangelicals. You're going to just reinforce the people who say there should be none at all. Because that's exactly what they say. They say the liberals want to be able to kill babies at 8 months. And you're basically like, it's true,
I don't
actually.
care what
Such people do
conservatives'
exist, and I'm
arguments are.
talking
I'm not
to
trying
one.
to appeal to them because I'm not aligned with them. I don't align with people who are
Go
horrible
to the
people who are
ghetto.
rapists.
Go to the
I
ghetto.
do not care what they think.
Go to the ghetto in Detroit. I can even recommend some neighborhoods you can go to. Talk to some black people, women, men, whatever
Why
you
are
want. And because you're saying you're not aligned with these white people in Appalachia, so if it's only black people you'll talk to, then go to a black.
Those black people would understand that the fact that having access to
you think that you think that if you go and you tell them I want abortions at 8 months,
I think that they can understand as a black person that having the ability to control whether or not they get pregnant, it impacts their financial standing. And that's what the core of it is that a person has to be able to control whether
what does
or
that
not
have
they
to do with
give
unlimited,
birth.
unrestricted abortions? Why are you moving the goalposts?
You're the one moving the goalposts, sir.
I'm really not.
You are.
Well, okay. Well, is there anything else? It seems like we can't see eye to eye on this.
Yeah, we can't see eye to eye because you are interested in aligning with people who fundamentally don't care about the human rights of other people. And I will always
I want you to
maintain-
be. I want you to understand something. I don't care about human rights. It's not
Yeah,
others.
it's very
I
clear.
don't
That's
care.
why I said you're
I
embarrassing.
don't
That's
care.
why I said
It's me who doesn't care about human rights.
Yeah, you don't care about human rights, and like I
don't.
said, that's why you're aligning with people who also don't care about human rights. It's
Because
embarrassing.
it's a liberal invention.
It's a horrible
It's an invention
political
of
position.
liberalism. Because it's
You're
an
never
invention
going
of
to get what you're
liberalism.
looking for because you fundamentally don't
I
understand that
reject
the human rights
liberalism.
underpinning
I
it
believe
has
the
to be the center of the advocacy that you're
liberalism
doing.
must be destroyed, for sure.
Human rights are core to being able to achieve
Human
the goals
rights
that you want to
is
achieve.
liberalism. It's liberalism.
Okay, well then, if you think that human rights are liberalism, then I guess call me a liberal then, because I think that people should have
All right, now
dignity.
we understand each other. Finally,
I think people should.
That's it. That's all I wanted them to admit. All in. So what's going on? Sneeko with the 5. Wow, it's Sneeko. What's up, man? Thank you for the 5. Shaitan, that's a really bad name. Appreciate the 5, man, though, but I appreciate it. Okay, so oh, Sneeko was watching me on his stream. Wow. He wanted to talk to me? No, he didn't. Hold on. I think he was just chilling. I think he was just chilling. Honestly, think he was just chilling. Call? On what? He said he was gonna call. What? Where? But how? I don't have him on Discord, and he didn't message me on X. I'm checking X right now. Call on Discord. Bro, I don't have him on Discord. Oh, on Kick. Let me see. Let me check my Kick DMs then. Guys, chill out. I got you, all right? He's reaching out right now. Where?
You suck my dick, you dog!
This is the front page of Kick. Don't judge me for this shit. Ice Poseidon is... Bro, why am I having to do a survey on Kick? All right. There's no DMs on Kick. I don't know. Twitter? I'll check. I'm checking. X. Oh, nice. All right. I think this is your Discord. All right. All right. I'll add Sneeko. All right. Added. Guys, you gotta chill out. I added him. All right. Am I still on TikTok? Yes, I am actually. There's a crazy person requesting on TikTok. I'm not going to accept that. So they're just going to spam slurs on the TikTok. Check Twitter. I added him on Discord. I think he saw it. He saw it. There's a check mark. So maybe it's not working or what? Call him? I'm checking friends. I don't think he added me back. Sneeko Love Speech is Discord, right? Let me see if I added a period. Maybe it's wrong. Try to add again. All right. This one. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I added. It's hold on. I can't message him because he didn't respond. Send me a DM on Twitter. Yeah, I got it. Sombra, what's up, bro? Appreciate you. Check his stream. Oh, he doesn't know my name. Let me see. All right, hold on. Wait, why the fuck won't it show my name? Streamer mode is enabled. What the fuck? Hold on. All right, he still doesn't have my Discord name. I gotta disable streamer mode. Because I can't even fucking see it. Okay. Yeah, I got it. All right. Can't find my Discord. What the literal federal interference? Straight up federal interference. All right, he said he just friended me. Yo, what the fuck? Bro. What is going on? Oh, wait, hold on. I got it. Oh, there was the period. I didn't include the period. I thought he just sent it with the period. There was no period. That's why. That's why. There was a period under his name or after his name. That's why. Bro, why the fuck are you calling me an idiot? All right. Is this a video call? I might have to do the video call.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's like,
Oh, I may close your stream.
should I cam up or what?
Yes, sir. Salam alaikum. Is there an echo?
Yeah, a little bit. Hold on.
Oh, let me turn it. I might have to put on my headphones.
Camera.
All
right.
It's probably me. Is it better?
Yep.
No echo?
Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, there's actually a little bit of an echo.
Headphones on. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I think I hear you.
Okay, we good or what's going on?
What's going on? So, I'm anti-communism. I don't want Islamist commie allegations, but it's nice to see you again, Oz. I haven't spoken to you in a couple of years.
Bro, I think we only spoke one time, and it was like really brief or something. And I actually don't remember.
It was.
Yeah,
it was. I don't think we spoke that much, but Mamdani's doing well in New York, and I'm not a socialist or a communist, but they said that New York was going to get destroyed, and he's doing great here. So.
Yeah, but I don't even like Mamdani. That's how extreme I am.
Oh. Well, I condemn that.
I mean,
wait,
that's
so
chill.
what do you believe in? I was listening to some of your stream.
So I'm chairman of the American Communist Party, and what I believe in is that I think that, you know, the fundamental source of evil in our society is the rule of mammon, it's the rule of money. And our society has to be governed by some kind of principle that acknowledges and recognizes the common good as supreme. And, you know, I just think we worship the dollar, we worship money, and it's a form of idol worship at this point.
You think it's shirk to use money?
No, not to use it, okay, but to place that as
Worship
the supreme principle that should guide everything about how society is structured, plus everything that motivates people to live and exist. I think that has, at this point, it's just incompatible with civilization as we know it.
Well, how about instead of eradicating money, because there's going to be some need for a currency, it just shouldn't be privatized, and, you know, there shouldn't be a debt slavery. People shouldn't be controlled the way that they are with this current financial system.
That's what we believe, you know. Now, if money gets, it wouldn't say it would get abolished, but hypothetically down the line, if technology gets to such a point where we don't need money anymore, and we have a different way of calculating the production and allocation of goods, then there's nothing wrong with that. But in principle, there's nothing inherently evil about money existing. But, and yeah, the private control thing, that's the point. It's like the Federal Reserve is a private cartel of banks. and that has a monopoly on how money is printed, how it comes into being. And, you know, the thing about that is that when they print the money, it's on our dime anyway. We pay for it.
So are you essentially saying that maybe it just shouldn't be privatized the way it is? The Federal Reserve, you know, has too much power. Inflation is debt slavery.
Yeah.
And there should be a different system, because I think, you know, when people say destroy the system and replace it, it's like, I feel like it's just a cycle. Where you see, like Hassan Piker will say, socialism is the end result of capitalism, and then you get communism from socialism. Doesn't it just always go in a circle?
In a way, yes, actually, I think so. But I think that's life. Life is a circle, right? You have to keep the circle going, or else you have corruption into death, you know? I think societies are similar, actually. I do think that even if we have communism, even if we have socialism, there's going to be a new cycle, and that's completely fine. But right now, we're not fulfilling our obligations in this story arc, right? The bad guys are winning, they're in control, and they're not being challenged in any kind of way. And I think even to do the bare minimum of just have a state bank, just forget about everything else. Let's just say, state bank, we're going to abolish the Federal Reserve, we're going to eliminate usury. That's going to have to be the equivalent to a revolution. That's as radical as a communist revolution, because they're going to treat it the exact same way. They're not going to relinquish power, however moderate we want to be.
Yeah, so most of my chat, for example, are right-leaning in theory, but in practice, it's like, even then I saw your DM from 2 years ago where I was talking about the Haitians eating cats and dogs story, which is pushed around by Trump. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, and then people start saying, yeah, that's base, and yeah, racism, that's just a way to silence us. It's like, wait, this story is false, this is not even true. And then you realize they're doing this to garner a white populist movement, to pretend like there are base nationalists who care about putting America first, when in fact they are not actually anti-immigration. If they were, then they wouldn't be issuing tons of H-1B visas. They say like, oh yeah, being a lib is stupid. And then you realize like the only separating issues between the left and the right really in the culture war slop is just transgender stuff. And Mamdani, for example, a lot of people are apprehensive like, oh no, look, he's jumping up and down at a pride parade, which is like, that's not good. But ever since he came into office as the mayor of New York City, he got rid of a $12 billion deficit. All the Zionists said that they were going to leave and that the city was going to be destroyed. The city has revived to the best place it's been since the 90s. Culturally, people are happy again. He had introduced child daycare, which is like, oh, you're like a socialist because you don't want child daycare. So we could spend 70% of our budget to the military-industrial complex for these forever wars to fight Iran for no reason, Iraq for no reason, but you can't have daycare or healthcare. Israel's our greatest ally. They have healthcare. So I think a lot of people are told and brainwashed that these so-called socialist policies are liberal and left to make you allied with the right wing, which they're really not promoting anything conservative at all. There's nothing conservative about Trump's administration. I had this people earlier in my chat, oh, you're disloyal to Trump. It's like, what is he doing that's good? He's like, he's not a lib. Okay, well, how is he a conservative? Because he just had the White House UFC card and there's girls twerking there. You have OnlyFans rampant all over the country. It's more common than ever for girls 18 to 24 to be on OnlyFans. Where are the conservative values? So I think people need to rethink this stuff, because I think they trick you with culture war slop to prevent you from understanding how the economy can be improved with policies they deem liberal, when in fact they would help a working people.
Yeah, I mean, I think the right wing is a dead end, fundamentally. I think the whole thing was a con and a grift. But if you want to know my more long-term perspective, and even why I'm skeptical of Mamdani, I think what actually happened is that the majority of people are actually left-wing. They hate the system. They don't want to be ruled by the economic elites who rule us. And they do want something equivalent to some kind of socialism, right? I think that's just the majority of people. But what I think that was very smart what the elites did, they took over the left, they hijacked it, they made it all about the culture war stuff, they made it all about the things that most people actually don't really fuck with, the extreme political correctness, the woke stuff, and that actually is the number one thing that drove people to the right, in my opinion, in my observation. People were driven... Yeah, because they couldn't tell jokes anymore, because they saw these institutions that were pushing these crazy cultural agendas and stuff. And people could see what was fake versus what was real. Trump spoke his mind. Right-wingers tended to say all the bad words and all the things that they wanted to say. But what they didn't understand is that institutionally, they were being herded into the Republican Party, which already had a preordained agenda of, warmongering, Zionism, all the same things that we're familiar with. But where I'm coming at it with Mamdani is that two things. One, I think the Democratic Party is doing the same thing. In the long term, the goal of the Democratic Party is the same thing as the Republican Party. The worry I have with Mamdani is people are getting sick of the Republican Party, so what, now we're going to go back to the Democrats? And then the second problem I have with Mamdani is that I also think he isn't enough to unify the country, actually. I think New Yorkers like Mamdani. I think people in blue states and blue areas might be receptive to Mamdani, but is a Mamdani going to be the guy that goes to rural Appalachia or the Midwest or the Rust Belt and, usher any kind of change? No, because they'll fundamentally reject him, because he's too liberal and so on.
Because the culture war slop. But they won't reject him for his economic policies. It's because of culture war.
In
but
fact,
I do think it's a step in the right...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In fact, I think people would want more than just what he's offering. Not in the sense of more free handouts, but go to war with the bankers more aggressively. Crack down on these financial institutions that are raping the nation more aggressively and more decisively.
Well, he is separating quite a bit from the Democrat Party, and they're now having to adjust. He pulled them in a direction that nobody else is pulling them. So I think that's overall good, especially when it comes to what should be focused on. The average debt in Gen Z is $90,000. That's insane. The baby boomers at 30 years old, over 50% of baby boomers were able to be married and own a house at 30. In this generation, it's 10%. So the American dream today was the norm for baby boomers. That needs to be addressed, and nobody's addressing it. So I also like the fact that that the Zionists hate him. That's the most important issue. And also, he's not born in America. He can't ever run for president. He's not going to lead America. But I noticed that he's changing the rhetoric, which is overall good. What I think is important now is to ally with people that have an overall good message and are fighting for what is ultimately good. For example, James Fishback is running for governor in Florida. I talked to him on stream, and I pointed out the fact that his campaign 100% was inspired by Mamdani. Even though he's a Republican, he's on the right wing, and he's saying his opponent, Byron Donalds, who's funded by AIPAC, is black. He's using right-wing talking points. Oh, he's black, he's Jewish, he's this. It still is clearly inspired by Mamdani. So there is a new shift in American politics to gain a populist movement, not based solely on culture war slop, but on the issues that really matter. James Fishback is here saying that there shouldn't be Peter Thiel data centers being set up all over Florida, saying that they should tax OnlyFans, which in a way could be considered a communist or a socialist talking point. He's openly saying he wants more taxes, but everybody is on board because it follows the culture war side of the issue.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think people like Zoran are definitely tapping into some kind of zeitgeist. I just have a more long-term perspective because I know how the party machine works. I know how the Democrats will field someone who seems like, they're a rebel or they're against them, but the goal is actually to keep people in the two-party system and locked in. And if you pay close attention to who Mamdani fills his cabinet with and some of the moves that he's making behind the scenes, it's not really reassuring as far as where his loyalties really lie. And I also want to finally say, Zionism isn't just AIPAC. It's a big myth. We're told that it's all about AIPAC, that's what the proxy for Zionism. But if you read the language carefully of some of these people who, you think are enemies of Israel because of how they talk about AIPAC, they'll very much focus their attention to Netanyahu. Why? Because just like in America, in Israel, you have different wings. You have a liberal wing and you have the Netanyahu wing. And so the Democrats are more aligned with the liberal Zionists like J Street and others who are just as much, oppressors of the Palestinians and just as much warmongers and so on, but they just have different domestic policies within Israel.
And then this is a new strategy, I'm sure you've seen it, where Israelis will say, oh, I don't agree with everything Bibi Netanyahu says, and it's like, well, you still benefit off of his policies and what he's doing. It's like, oh, Ben Gvir is an extremist. It's like, well, where's the... So this is how it's not all Israelis is Bibi. It's not all... only 95% of Jews are Zionists, that's true, but it's a way to alleviate yourself from any blame. Okay, so what about people like Hassan? So you're saying Mamdani is too much of a Democrat, he's too liberal. There was just an election today in New York City. It seems like everybody he backed won. So there is a major shift, and New York City is the center of culture. Do you align with Hassan Piker on issues? What's your opinion on him?
Maybe there's some we do align on, probably, foreign policy-wise. I would say, is a strong one. I think Hassan, I appreciate he's skeptical of NATO. I appreciate that he is more pro-China. I appreciate that he's more skeptical of U.S. intervention abroad. But ultimately, Hassan domestically, I think, is still attached to the Democratic Party. And I think that if that were to change, that would be very nice. And I also think that Hassan made many mistakes throughout his career, such as attaching himself to the more kind of politically correct censorship, woke stuff. That kind of made the left have a bad rap, in my view. But
wasn't that smart to gain a really strong populist movement? You look at the average fan of his, and it's the classic LGBT person. Mamdani got so popular too for the same reasons. I actually had the same strategy at the end of Trump's campaign. It became clear he was going to win, and I put on the MAGA hat, and I had the American flag wrapped around me, and I had this debate with Rabbi Shmuley. And Shmuley's chimping out, and I'm saying I want to put America first. Aid to Israel is not patriotic. This is incorrect. I think Hassan's been public about that. He sees it as that he's infiltrating the left to get them to
maybe
side with his real policies. I saw the same thing. I see like the right wing and the Republicans is like people will really just vote for somebody because they're like, oh, he said transgenderism shouldn't be in men's sports. So that side here, and again, they look at the Zionist rhetoric. They'll say the Islamist Marxist alliance, the jihadist.
Much more based than the reality, I think. But it sounds very nice, you know, what they say about Hassan and about. Look, I mean, I don't hate Hassan Piker, and I want to be good faith and assume that he's playing some kind of long game. But, you know, at the same time, we just have to wait and see. The proof is in the pudding. I think at some point, decisively, there's going to be a confrontation with the Democratic Party. At some point, decisively, all the anti-Zionists, all the dissidents in this country, we're going to have to get rid of the gatekeeping. We're going to have to get rid of the purity testing. Also on the right, especially, you know, on the right, there's a lot of purity testers when it comes to the fact that America is a multiracial nation. It's never going to be a nation of just white people or just black people or something like that. And I think right-wingers who, you know, currently identify with the right but understand that their priority is against the Epstein class and so on, they also have to start being a little more chill about the culture stuff as well. They have to get their priorities in order. But liberal leftists have to do the same thing. People like Hassan should talk to more dissidents across this, you know, the aisle, so to speak. And that's what I promote. That's what I aspire toward. And but the reason that's not very smart or calculated is because I get hated equally by both sides.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the position I'm in. It's like both of the sides absolutely hate my guts, and will claim that, oh, you know, you're a liberal, you know, whatever, and then the liberals call me a fascist and a Nazi and so on and so on.
Yeah, I mean, I get called a terrorist, neo-Nazi, white supremacist, Islamist. Like I got banned for Australia for all those labels. It's like
from Australia. Wow.
Yeah, this just happened, and same thing. The news was saying I'm a jihadist Nazi. These words really have no meaning anymore. But I saw you were saying you're speaking to the Shaitan person. Are you Syrian? Where are you from?
No, Lebanese. I'm Lebanese. Both my parents.
Oh, you're Lebanese. Mm-hmm. You're Lebanese. Okay, so yeah, it's we got to stand up for Lebanon right now. It's insane what's happening. Ben Gvir saying all of Lebanon must burn. It's good. Now I know another Lebanese. Well, besides Arab, you're the only other Lebanese streamer. You're Shia?
Yeah, both my parents.
But you too, correct?
Yeah, me too.
I went to Lebanon too, and I met the Shias out there. Super
When'd you
dope
go?
People. I went in the summer of 2024. I went to Dahi, actually, which is a.
Do you went to Dahi in Beirut or?
In Beirut, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they had a Wi-Fi jammer because the streaming backpack went out as soon as I crossed the line in. But I streamed in Beirut.
It's interesting. You were in summer 24, right?
Right before, it was literally 4 days before it was hit. Literally 4 days. Wallahi.
So I was there for the funeral of Nasrallah in February 25. I went with Jackson and others, and I saw the site at which the missile hit in the Dahiya, and that's when I visited Lebanon, and I got to see all the destruction and stuff that Israel inflicted. But that was actually my first time going ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But, you know, I have very good memories of Lebanon. I think it's a really nice place.
No, it is. It's super beautiful.
Did you visit the south, or?
No, I only went for a couple days. I stayed in Beirut the whole time. Probably not going to go anytime soon. But it was
Yeah, no, it's not safe.
unfortunate.
No.
That happens a lot where, I'll go somewhere and then the war happens right after. But I wanted to ask, do you see communism as a vehicle to push your faith? Does that come first? Because others on the right wing, they clearly put their politics before their faith.
Well, for me, I don't see a distinction between them. I think the distinction between the secular and the sacred is actually a more modern thing, right? And if you ask people who are fighting in, Islamic revolutions, what else can you call them, and uprisings 1,000 years ago, like, what are your politics, what are your faith? It's the same thing. It's a struggle, right? And in the modern age, we have a unique necessity of articulating that faith in the terms of the modern age. I don't think we can just fall back on what existed before the 1800s or something, right? We have to somehow understand the meaning of having faith today and what that sounds like, what that looks like. And I disagree with a lot of Muslims on that point because I don't think we could just trad LARP. I think we actually have to accept the world that we live in is not one we can divide between the material and the spiritual. I think Islam actually tries to be the middle road between those two things, but also combine and synthesize them,
Well, could you explain that a little more in depth? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, like,
between material.
Yeah, well, conventionally speaking, we divide the religious from the material world. So we indulge materially, we participate in the material world, and then on Sunday we go to church and we pray to God to forgive us, or we think about heaven. But I think Islam is different and always had a different outlook in that it didn't separate those things. It understood that both the spiritual and the material plane occupy, in some sense, the same reality that we experience and live in. And that doesn't mean fanaticism and fundamentalism, but it does mean understanding that even the material world we live in is sacred, and that our obligations to our fellow man is a sacred obligation. Our obligation to enforce justice in this world and on this plane is a sacred and spiritual obligation.
Don't you think that's more of a Christian issue? Because you say, like, okay, you can drink and gamble and do whatever all week, and then Jesus saves you on Sunday. But even, like, how many people are really going to church anymore? Where do you see a disagreement with Muslims? Where is that Muslim rhetoric?
I think in Western Christianity, because I think Orthodox Christianity is actually different. It's more similar to Islam, I think.
Absolutely.
But Western Christianity did develop in such a way that it acutely separated a division between the material and the spiritual. And that's why you had Protestant fundamentalism correspond at the same exact time to the most unregulated, unholy form of modern capitalism. And I think the best example of it, you look at the evangelical churches in the U.S., you have that preacher, I don't know if you've seen Kenneth Copeland or whatever his name is.
He looks like a demon with the private jet, and his eyes look like Erica Kirk's and Bonnie Blues combined.
Right. That's like such an example of how somehow these two things are allowed to coexist. The most shameless greed and material indulgence and sin, actually, in the world with this pretension to high heaven, And I think that trajectory is responsible for the fundamental dysfunction of today's civilization.
Is that the result of the Enlightenment era and modernization? Because they say America's built on Christian values. Well, kind of, but it's equally paired with Freemasonry, the occult. But more publicly, you have the Enlightenment, you have European philosophy, Kant, Hume, the idea that you could find divinity from within, that you're supposed to expand, that you can go into space. This was not really the teachings of Jesus. This is more European philosophy and separate ideas, and this is what created America.
Well, there's a thinker I follow a lot and I draw a lot from. His name is Michael Hudson, and he identifies the tendency within Western civilization that I'm talking about with the consolidation of power by usurious creditor classes. So the whole thing actually has its origins in some sense in debt, but not just debt, because debt is a normal part of civilization, but debt that begets debt, so usury, right? And the usurers through ancient Greece, like ancient Greece was founded by usurers, ancient Rome was founded by usurers, feudal Europe was actually controlled and ruled by creditors and usurers, and finally the Italian city-states and mercantile republics, usury, the Dutch Republic, the British, the origins of modernity. This is all one trajectory of the history of the usurious oligarchical creditor class using the instrument of political and state and even religious power, because there was a point in the history of the Catholic Church where creditors literally took over the church and were appointing who the Pope was, and it was the period in the Middle Ages was called the pornocracy. And people should look it up. It's very interesting. The Crusades were all about this, actually. It had nothing to do with religion. The Crusades, the first target of the Crusades was the capital of the Byzantine Empire, Constantinople, and they massacred Orthodox Christians. They were actually the primary victims, if you ask me, of the Crusades. But in any case, it had nothing to do with religion. It was about the interests of the various creditor classes that ruled Europe that were turning these, crusader systems into systems of the extraction of credit, right?
We see this today. I mean, Christianity, it's well practiced in Russia, and it deserves more credit, the Eastern Orthodox, and Pope Leo saying the right things, but in America especially, it's mostly just used as a populist tool. These people don't go to church. They don't know the religion at all. They have falsely equated race with faith and added whiteness onto Christianity, which is completely against Jesus' teachings. And these people have just used it as a tool to then push empire, right? This is why you get the mega church and the Erica Kirk rhetoric, and people like Vance, people like Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, Huckabee, all of them have just used Christianity to not worship Jesus, but worship Jews in Israel. It's not at all the authentic Christianity, but to expand empire. It's been politicized and completely infiltrated. People get uncomfortable when you talk about that, but there's no other reality that's currently existing in America.
And if you actually look at the norm for most of human history, by the way, most civilizations wiped out debt periodically. And that's another thing Michael Hudson will point out. It was called the practice of the debt jubilee. So when Jesus gave his first Sermon on the Mount, the first sermon he gave, to the world, he declared the restoration of the biblical Jubilee year, which was a periodic cycle that the Abrahamic peoples, at that time the Jews, would do to wipe out debts periodically. It was a very common practice in the Middle East in the Bronze Age. And in Christian Orthodox civilization, usury was banned. In Islamic civilization, the biggest, I think it was the only sin that God declared war on in the Quran was usury, actually. And when the Prophet came to the world, he sought to eradicate usury, and this is why Islamic empires didn't have this. So if you notice, the norm of human civilization is integration, people fusing together, not on the basis of race or racial purity, just fusing together, creating some kind of framework of coexistence and shared values and so on and so on. And then if you look at the trajectory of European civilization, it's always been balkanization. Political fragmentation, fragmenting into different polities and statelets. And this is what gives rise to the ideas of racism and racialism and so on and so on. But what a lot of people don't know is all a consequence of this kind of deeper war between creditors trying to cling to power on the basis of usury and people seeking liberation through, alleviating the debts. The Lord's Prayer, where it says, Lord, forgive us of our sins. Originally, the word sin actually meant debt. So the whole Christian movement from the very outset was not about eliminating sin for, guilt and engaging in vices and stuff. It was a movement to abolish the debt that had accumulated during the Roman Empire, actually. So if you're more interested in this specific topic, I really would recommend Michael Hudson on that, because he's very comprehensive.
So, but then what about Karl Marx? So he's the pioneer of the communist ideology, was a Jew, and did he actually care about the people, or was this a vehicle to accelerate new sort of empire? Why is this somebody worth listening to and following?
Well, Karl Marx first got his break writing about something that was happening in Germany. So in Germany at the time, there was a historical practice where peasants would go to the forest. They'd collect branches of tree, from trees that would fall on the ground, and they would use that to heat their homes. And nobody gave a shit. It was totally normal. It was totally commonplace. It was like the default thing that people would do. Like nobody would, whatever. But because of the rise of capitalism, there was a new law being put into place that says this is a form of theft. Actually, if you go to the park, the public forest or whatever, and you take wood to heat your home so you don't freeze in the winter, you're actually stealing. We're actually going to commodify this now, right? So this is actually what happens. It even should sound familiar. There's so many things that used to be free that they just arbitrarily decide now has a price on it. Well, Marx began his entire journey into politics because he was fighting back against that, defending these peasants who had no representation, they had no voice, nobody cared about them, and Marx stood up for them. And from that point on, he devoted his entire life to speaking for the oppressed and the working class. And when he was exiled from Germany, the name that he earned in the press was Prometheus. Because you know how Prometheus stole fire from the gods to give to mankind, Marx was taking the accumulated knowledge of civilization, and he believed that that could be given to the working class to liberate themselves. Now, ethnically speaking, he was a Jew, although he was raised a devout Christian, and he would write poems to Jesus and so on and so on. But he became disillusioned with the religion when he realized how it was being used as a tool of these political establishments that really were a cover for the, just like today with the evangelical churches, they were a cover for the interests of the oppressors. And by the way, Marx himself, he wrote, people talk about the JQ and the Jewish question, but Marx wrote an entire tract literally called The Jewish Question, on the Jewish question. And he...
Is it true he was funded by... I want to hear you finish your point.
In the Jewish question, Karl Marx himself said that the reason why Jews in our modern society are engaging in all this antisocial behavior and so on is because we have actually materially embraced Judaism through capitalism. We claim to be Christians, we claim to be so spiritual and high and mighty, but to be politically incorrect, he was basically saying we've all basically we're all become Jews with capitalism. We've all accepted this kind of, in the material world, we accepted Judaism. We just confined our more lofty ideals to the spiritual realm every Sunday. So for Marx, he didn't believe that to solve the Jewish question, you should just continue, attacking Jews or having a final solution or something like Hitler. He believed, let's actually free ourselves from material Judaism. Let's free ourselves from capitalism, right? And if we do that, the very foundation of these very peculiar characteristics we're observing among Jews, Rothschilds and so on, that wouldn't even exist anymore. When we make money the supreme principle, of course there's going to be Rothschilds. Of course you're going to have very powerful, Jews like Epstein and so on. But that's because we've already adopted or acquiesced to the terms and conditions that people like that breathe like air,
Is it true that he was, I did some research on Marx before, and apparently his lineage, it comes from a generation of rabbis. So I'm not doubting that he was a Christian, but like his family line comes from rabbis. Maybe that's true or not.
Maybe.
And that was he funded by Friedrich Engels? And
yes.
Friedrich Engels is supposed to be a German capitalist, and he supported transnational capital, which is the city of London, Wall Street,
No, Engels inherited a factory, which he used to fund Marx and himself, but he just had that one factory he inherited. By the way, there's nothing within Marxism or communism that says you can't do the best that you can to participate in the modern society that you live in. The views that we have on matters of principle relating to politics, relating to the transformation of society, are not prescriptions for how you should live your life right now. And it would be foolish, if you inherited a factory, it would be foolish to get rid of that and say, I renounce this and become a monk or something. It's absolutely logical to understand that Anti-capitalism is not about moralism. It's not about moralizing and saying, if you're making money, you're a bad person. It's more about understanding that when it comes to the actual instruments of power that make this possible on a social level, that's in the hands of the state at this point. The state is enforcing the private property of BlackRock and Wall Street to own all of the homes, all of the means of production, the natural resources, the land, the minerals, and so on, the banks. And that's only upheld because of the U.S. military. The way that society naturally evolves, just like we had capitalism at some point, society naturally evolves and gravitates towards something more socialistic. People begin to have the expectation of a more fair society, right? But they're coming up on a ceiling that is just pure force, right? So yes, Engels was a capitalist on a personal level in terms of his actual economic reality. But Marxism isn't about saying that capitalists are individually bad people. Marxism is about recognizing and understanding that capitalism as a social principle has been outmoded by history and is only being maintained because of the corruption and the pure brute force of the state.
Okay. I think there's something interesting there, but again, you're going to hear the same talking points that hasn't been worked on paper and stuff, and Karl Marx is pro-dictatorship and that they wanted to replace a society with religion with a society that focuses on class division rather than religious division. But that's let's say that for another day. I appreciate getting the chance to speak to you again for the first time in several years.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a great conversation. I'm glad we could finally talk. And yeah, hopefully we'll have another one sometime.
Keep fighting the good fight, man. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Appreciate you, man. All right. What an interesting night. I had no expectation that oh, I'm still live on TikTok. That's crazy. So we're gonna end that. Very interesting, very interesting. Interesting night. So okay, I think we're safe to basically end the stream there, I think. So what a great way to start the infrared renaissance, am I right? What a blessing. I gave this whole speech for the first 2 hours about the infrared renaissance. You just got to believe, That's all I could say. Anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I got to go. I got to eat some food. See y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.